what up? Hello. Hi. What's going on? How's it going? Hello. It's the first Critical Role live show. What up, what up? Hello, Shell Owl. Hi. Can I be honest? Can I be honest with you, chat? I'm a little nervous about this one. I feel like kind of maximum this is going to be as good as a normal ep. But I also think it runs the risk of being much worse. Because I think that there's a lot of cool things. I've been thinking about this a lot leading up to this live ep. You can only lie this stream. Okay. Oh, so I'm allowed to lie. That's interesting. Okay, that's a new unlock. I can work with that. But I've been thinking about live shows. And I just recently, I've made it no secret that I'm a bit of a Ludbud, and I was watching Ludwig's streamer games. And afterwards, he did a bit of a retrospective on them. And he talked about the priorities. And I think one of the reasons I like watching Ludwig is because I'm interested in the behind-the-scenes stuff of streaming. Who could have guessed? And he was talking about, like, his priorities for, like, who the event was for and, like, who he wanted to make, like, happy and who he wanted to make the event the best for. And his, like, ladder of priority was the people participating, like the other streamers, because they're, like, the lifeblood of the event. You know, they're coming out and putting it on, essentially. Next, the people who bought tickets and came in person, very applicable to episode 60 for Critical Role. Because they not only took out their time like a general live viewer does, but they also, like, bought tickets and traveled and, like, potentially, like, bought a hotel, maybe plane tickets, all of that sort of shit. And so he wants to make the event the best it can be for them, second. And then third is sponsors, because they pay for everything, majority. And then fourth is the at-home live. And then fifth is, like, VOD. And generally, I try to make my streams pretty 50-50 on, like, VOD viewer versus live viewer. Like, I try to prioritize those pretty equally, and those are really my only two priorities, because I don't really have any other equivalent. When I do collab with someone, their experience is absolutely my top priority. So I got that immediately. But that's why I'm saying that I feel like this has kind of a cap on how good it can be for the like us, like, viewing the VOD, because it's going to be prioritized towards the people who were there in person that bought tickets. And I think it should be. But the experience of watching the VOD, I don't know. I think we'll see. I don't know how much I'll have to say about it. I might have a ton to say. Or I might not. What up, Michael Scott? Welcome back. Or Shoot? Scott? Feel free to correct me. What's up? Hello. I will say that because it's the first live episode, it can't compare to the lives they do now. It's very low-key and it's uncharted territory. I don't think it's bad, but they've nailed it by now. That's good to know. That's very cool. And that's kind of what I would expect. So that's why I'm saying, you know, I'm not too confident about this episode. Not because I'm not confident in Critical Role, but just because, like, yeah, it's it's the very first one they're doing. I guarantee you, if I ever do any sort of, like, live in-person event, it'll guaranteed be scuffed at the beginning. And I'm not trying to do it fucking 8 years ago. I had to check. So I give them all the grace in the world. I just don't know if I'll have much to say about it. What's up, Valkyrie? What up? I'm hoping speaking of missing 3 in a row, I'm hoping, and this will be part of, we'll have a little bit of a mini housekeeping, but this will be part of it. I think I can soft promise a Critical Role schedule. We'll see. Nick the Bull, Nick the Bull. Thank you so much for the membership. I appreciate it. Thank you. That'll also memberships will also kind of be part of the takeaway. Yeah. I'll or not the takeaway. Sorry, the housekeeping. I'll get there. But thank you. I appreciate it. I'm still like a stream and a half behind, but oh well, I wanted to hang out live. Yeah, I mean, that's the nice thing, and that's the thing that I've sort of thought about with Criticalize, is that if you've already seen the show, that's the only part that's like a continuation, you know? Like, I don't have really a continuing story other than like the theories and, you know, whether or not I'm still like talking about a certain topic, because some topics I talk to death and then I don't talk about them anymore. Kind of like sensory stuff like smells. Those obviously still come up in modern episodes, but I don't talk about them anymore because I feel like I've kind of talked them to death. So that's really the only thing where it's like past Critical Eyes context matters. But otherwise, I feel like you can pretty much hop in if you've seen Critical Role. And I agree with Chat. You were missed. Or Chat Noir, I should say. Chat Noir, it's tough. I can't say, I have to say Chat Noir. I should just say Noir instead of Chat in general, because Chat in general is all of you. What up, Ace? A Story Whispered, what's up? Beck Liz, Daniel, hello. I think it's impossible for an Anglophone to pronounce. Oh, no. Okay, wait. Okay, so knowing that it's impossible for an Anglophone to pronounce, is it like scoot? When I hear it's impossible for like an English speaker to pronounce, or it's hard for an English speaker to pronounce, I always just imagine it is some manner of Norwegian. It's some manner of like Scandinavian. So I imagine it's like scoot. It's like somewhere like in the back of my mouth where I don't normally pronounce things. Having been lucky to be at 2 CR lives is an incredible experience, but you're right, that's just dipping their toes in the water of what it becomes. Well, and nope, it's Dutch. Oh, it's Dutch. Okay, wait. Let me put myself in the Dutch mindset. I have a very good friend who's Dutch. I have another very good friend who's married to that other very good friend. Basically, I have a friend that moved to the Netherlands and is now a Dutch citizen. So let me think about how they talk. Skort. I know that might have been offensive. I should stop trying. I'm gonna take it out. But oh wait, what's the drinking word? Prost. Don't worry, it wasn't a scheduling issue. I started playing Cyberpunk 2077. I get it. I've been fucking obsessed with Baldur's Gate 3. I've been playing so much Baldur's Gate 3 lately. So I very much understand. But I do have some scheduling news. Coming to Australia. Very nice. I eventually couldn't help it and just jumped to the live. The live experience is too good. I definitely like I said, I try to prioritize it like 50-50, but there are some things that like the VOD will just never capture. So like that's why a lot of times when I make decisions, I hedge towards making decisions that benefit the VOD, because I think they have like a naturally like lesser experience. And I say that as a famous VOD frog. I think they have a little bit of a lesser experience because they can't interact in the chat. And so a lot of times when I'm like thinking about things, I try to hedge towards them because I know that they're not getting that experience live. So yeah, you could always just say Black Cat, but Black Cat isn't actually on the screen. And I forget nicknames. I think I'm actually, when I say surprisingly good, I mean surprisingly to myself, because I'm not normally I'm not like bad with names, but I'm not good with them either. But I feel like I'm pretty good at remembering chatters. But it has to be whatever's on screen, so it's gonna be Noir. The Dutch mindset. All right, Dutch mindset. Global trading empire. Colonization. Old king and queen, teeny tiny country, bicycles. I loved biking in the Netherlands when I visited. I like biking in general, and I was like, oh, I think I've said this before. That I originally thought it was like a purely cultural thing. It was some like weird historical thing where like the government made like bicycle subsidies or some shit. And it just like became this like cultural thing. And then I actually went there and tried to bike, and oh my God, it's the flattest place I've ever been. I am from Kansas. People talk about it being fucking flat as a pancake, which it is actually flatter, but that's just because the earth is relatively, like, terrain is not a very substantial thing on the global scale. But, and pancakes aren't actually that flat. But Kansas is way fucking hillier. Way hillier than the Netherlands. The Netherlands is flat as shit. I was biking home from the bars, practically shit-faced, and was not worried in general. Now, that's also because they have great infrastructure for biking. But that shit is flat as hell. Which was awesome. I loved it. I loved biking in the Netherlands. It was great. I really liked the Netherlands in general. I can't see myself moving there ever. But I don't know. Who knows? Me and Paige have floated becoming expats. We don't have anything like really drawing us to it, but we're also like not against it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know where we would move if we did. My work connection sucks because it forces restricted mode when browsing YouTube. Yeah. Oh, it let you through today. But yeah, I know a lot of work Wi-Fi's or internets are like that. Yeah, I feel you. Prost. The chapter features help for VOD viewers. I'm glad. They are not as easy as I thought they would be. I'll be real. But I'm making them easier every day for my side of things. And I'm like experimenting with, different like sizing and like different ways of producing them. But that is definitely one thing where it's like, this takes me, I don't want to say a substantial amount of effort because I don't want to misrepresent it. It's not that much effort, but it's like an hour or two normally, plus on top of the stream. But I have seen, out of any decision for the VOD viewers that I've ever made, I have seen it's an order of magnitude higher, like, praise and positive feedback from the chapter feature than anything else I've ever done that is meant to like improve the experience for VOD viewers. So I know that it really improves things. So I am going to continue doing it. Yeah. I'm horrendous at names. It legit takes me a month to learn coworkers. Mine's not I just have general memory issues. It's not specifically to names. So it's just broad things, but I know that a lot of people have like it's specifically with names, but it's not as hard for me. I'll either remember your name from the start or never quite get it. I still frequently, or actually not frequently, when we lived in the same city, I had two friends, Paige and Claire. You might recognize one of those names because one of those friends is now my wife. We started dating and then got married. And well into us dating, probably into me proposing and her being my fiance, I was still sometimes calling her Claire. And Claire it is nothing that like Paige has ever been like worried about. because Claire has been dating one of my best friends since I met them in like 8th grade. She has always been like a very much like a friend thing. So that was never even like close to a thing. And Paige was never worried about it, but I don't know why their name, and I would call Claire Paige very frequently. And it's like, I'm lucky that it was those two, because if it had been other people, Paige might have gotten suspicious. It might have been something that she might have gotten in her head. But that I'm much more similar to this, where it's like, I normally don't have that much of an issue, but when I do, it will just like stick in my head. And I can't explain it. I think they were just women that were around frequently. For a while, they were my two best women friends, and then I started dating one of them, so she was around even more. Oh my gosh. I thought the Netherlands were all mountains, or is that Norway? It's definitely not the Netherlands. I honestly don't know. It's probably one of the other Scandinavian countries. Maybe Norway, yeah. Hey, if I walk a couple meters outside my house, I'm beneath sea level. Dude, my dog friend told me about this. We went to his apartment, and his apartment was on the 3rd floor. And he's like, yeah, we're 8 meters below sea level right now. And I'm like, he's like, yeah, if the dikes break, we're underwater. And I'm like, what? That's terrifying. Isn't the advice to not buy sea level property? What the fuck? You guys built an entire country out of that shit? Insane. But I kind of respect it. I respect it from like a lunacy point of view. It's kind of fucking hard to just be like, yeah, entire country could get wiped out. Whatever. Fuck it. I'm just gonna live with that threat forever. Who cares? It's kind of fucking adrenaline junkie-esque. I like it. OT guys, overtime? Off topic. Fun news. I've been chosen by the cat distribution system. I don't know what it's a little black tuxedo boy with a white chest and white feet. Oh, it's a cat, a kitty cat. We thought about getting cats. I don't mind cats. I think I'm minorly allergic to them, but I like cats. But we didn't know if Bug would eat it. Same reason that like Paige really wants a bunny. We can't get a bunny. Bug has confirmed eaten bunnies to survive. Because one of our dogs, Bug, was wild for the first 8 months of her life. When people say feral, I think that carries like a negative context, but really just means like a wild, like no owner, not owned by anyone. So she was a feral dog for like the first 8 months. And has like we can't get a bird, we can't get a bunny. We would come home one day to a bloodbath. And that's just how it would go. So maybe once Bug dies, we'll get a cat. The Netherlands are fun to live in, but we just got an extreme right-wing government, which sucks. That seems to be a global trend. That was like almost happened in France, right? And there's like a growing thing in Germany. It seems like that's kind of from my understanding, that's not a Netherlands specific thing, which kind of sucks even more. But what are you gonna do? Vote, I guess. Definitely not Denmark. Denmark is flat as fuck. Maybe it's like Sweden or somewhere like north of not the Baltic. What's that sea? Is that the Baltic Sea? That's not the Baltic Sea. Now I need to know. It is the Baltic Sea. Yes. Okay. North of the Baltic. Giant rock in the center of Plaza, flattest place I've ever been, and all red. That's kind of sick. That's kind of sick. The problem with living near bodies of water is that they often have no boundaries. So when it rains a lot, your yard will flood. No attempt to prevent that. If the entire country, including the leaders are relying on keeping those wires out, you can be pretty sure. That's fair, Daniel. I get that. And I don't think any of them are like worried about it, but it is kind of crazy. Dykes are really good here. No one's really worried about it here. That's God, man's hubris. Oh, the dikes are like the sticks and rocks that we cleverly piled together are enough to hold back the eternal forces of nature. The eternal and unknowable sea. We will hold it back with our sticks and rocks. We really just are advanced badgers at the end of the day, huh? Or not badgers, otters? Whichever one build the dams. That's so fucking crazy. I believe it. I'm a science boy. I'm an engineering boy. But man, the hubris of man truly has no end. Seattle has a whack history. Holy shit. That's crazy. That's crazy. I avoid saying dykes because I assumed YouTube would filter me. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, that does seem like something it would filter, and fairly so. But I guess because it has such like a substantial other meaning. What up, Topaz? It's like a civilian in Vasselheim who don't really think about the monsters. Kinda. Yeah, it kinda is a bit, huh? Stick is the best invention since rock. So true. Okay, let's get into it. So, first thing, housekeeping. Since we have dropped, I think in the last like 5 streams, we've only dropped frames during 1 stream, and we dropped, I think, 20, which could be rounded to 0. When you guys see issues, that's normally like thousands to tens of thousands of frames getting dropped. So 20 is literally nothing. So I've been feeling more confident about the ability to stream and the ability to like get on and do it and not have it drop. So I'm slowly, and I've kind of been like stealth putting this in place of like a soft schedule of new CR on Wednesdays. I can kind of commit to that. I'm going to soft commit to that. Of new CR on Wednesdays. Now, that said, I'm busy next Wednesday. So I would theoretically have to immediately abandon the schedule. Now, why am I telling you all of this? Well, just because I'm busy doesn't mean we can't go live. Whoa, what does that mean? Yes, G-Hercup, live show today. What that means is I have mentioned a few times a potential like new format. Right? I've floated this a couple of times. I tried it once, didn't really work out. And I said it would be a format that would potentially help me do like the bonus content easier, do other actual plays potentially. And I tested it yesterday, which is maybe potentially a problem. We'll have to see how my voice goes because it was like a 6-hour recording session. But I did that alternate format for Liam's one-shot yesterday. I filmed it all yesterday, and I say filmed because it's all pre-recorded. It is basically an entire reaction, totally pre-recorded, much more similar to like a standard YouTube react. However, this is still a live streaming channel at the end of the day. So I want to take advantage of one of YouTube's features that I have never used before called premieres. So the idea will be, since I can't do CR next Wednesday, I have filmed this thing, I'm going to edit it this weekend, and then it will premiere on Wednesday for everyone to join in and still have like the chat experience with each other, and still like kind of like watch it all at once, for at least the first one, and then it'll get posted, normally. Yeah, and I think it'll be cool. I don't plan on making it like a regular thing. If it works, and several times throughout the video, I say like, hey, give me feedback, which please do. If you watch that, especially if you watch it in the premiere, or if you watch the VOD, give me some feedback to see exactly how it goes. I just did like basically the most basic version of it. So like there's gonna be very little editing. I was diverging from the traditional format as little as possible. So any feedback you have would be awesome. But it went really well. I actually like ended up taking the dog on like a walk during the middle of it. So I think it'll be good for being able to film when I'm a little bit busier. And the idea would be to essentially get it to where I can essentially build up like a live buffer. Because a lot of YouTubers, I don't even want to say a lot, I would say probably most YouTubers have like a video buffer for, to account for like lapses in creativity, lapses in energy, them getting busy with other stuff. They have like a video buffer of like 1 to, I think of the Sidemen at one point said they had like 20 videos in their buffer. It's the biggest one I've ever heard of. It was like an entire like 3 months worth or something. And I can't really do that with live. So it's kind of a two-headed approach of it'll let me access those like alternate, like not main critical eyes, or critical role episodes and do them simultaneously while I'm doing critical eyes, because these like alternate format ones are so much easier to film and like produce, because I can like take breaks during them. And it'll also theoretically help me build up a little bit of a buffer. Now, whether or not we do it in a premiere, whether or not I fucking just like set up a live, like I know like Jacksepticeye, or he was PewDiePie, had like a live stream, but the live stream was him replaying his old videos. So I could potentially get a setup where I go live, but the go live is just a screen cap of my pre-recorded video. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if there's any difference. I think. Oh yeah. Valkyrie said this. I thought I saw it in the chat. Yeah. Some creators say that premieres kill your video. I've also heard similar things, but then I've also heard things contradicting that. So we'll have to see. I don't know exactly what I'm not married to anything. If the premieres really do just fucking demolish it in the algorithm, then I could do like that, like PewDiePie thing where like I just like go live, but then it's just my video. So yeah, so that is that. And my goal is to get like consistent days where people can hop in chat. Ideally, I'll be there as well. Because I love streaming. I do not want... I even though the pre-recording went well, I was kind of sad that it wasn't live. I knew it was a good one to test it on because I knew I was going to be interested in it. But I still primarily want to be live. But this I'm looking into as a way to get that sort of virtual buffer. So that if I am busy some week and I'm less busy another week, I can build up the buffer a little bit. And then if I'm busy, you guys aren't like left in a desert where I'm not posting anything because I'm not live. So it's sort of a multi-headed approach. It's like I can't make 2 critical eyes at the same time. My voice will not be able to handle it. And this sort of buffer aspect. So yeah, several reasons. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, definitely give me your feedback. And do not be afraid to be like, it's bad, I don't like it. I would rather know. Because obviously, I put a lot of thought into this, but don't take me putting a lot of thought into it as like reasons to hold back. I need like the honest feedback if I'm going to find like a good thing to do, I would rather, it's, what is it? No D&D is better than bad D&D. No content is better than bad content. I'll start tidying on Monday, just not this Monday. Liam's one shot is so weird and unique. Oh my god, it was. Holy shit. I had a lot to say. I had a lot more to say than I thought I would. It was weird. But I'll give you the TLDR. I'm immensely impressed, given that it was his first time DMing and he made it in 2 days. And it has honestly made me be like more critical and a little bit harder on myself about me like avoiding making one shots because I think that they're bad. I was like, Liam has so much less experience than me, like orders of magnitude less. He's killing it compared to when I first DM'd, which I think makes an amount of sense. But it's like, there were so many things just honestly wrong with it, but they still had so much fun. And I need to remember that at the end of the day. And I need to not be so concerned about the quality of my own one shots. It's just like DMing a normal campaign. I need to do it more to get more experience. So it was, yeah, the TLDR is I was extremely impressed with Liam, even though a decent amount of it is me critiquing it. Premieres are weird for a lot of reasons. They get spammed like days before the premiere, then they aren't in my feed minutes before the go live time. Yeah, so this is actually kind of a similar thing with live streams. I have like a few different times that I will like schedule an event before, or like the distance out from it. And it's this really weird balancing act of, especially for a live, which like a premiere essentially is, I want people to know about the event so that if they want to be there, they can like maneuver their schedule if it's easy for them, in a way that they might not be able to if they don't find out about it until like 1 hour ahead of time. But yeah, YouTube does the exact same thing for live events. Like when I like schedule them days ahead, it will spam them so hard like the first day. And then the impressions go like flatline on the actual day. So I have a few like time frames that I will post like scheduled events in, depending on whether or not I want to reach the most people and like have the highest proportion of chance of getting people, getting like returning people into the live, or do I want to target like new people? Because if I want to do that, I need to have it be scheduled like an hour ahead of time. Because otherwise it will just like new people are not going to fucking say notify me to an event that's 3 days from now. That'll never happen for new people. So I've thought about this a lot. And if that's the difference, if like that's the issue with premieres, I can understand normal long video creators not being used to that. But I'm very used to that. So if that's the issue with it, then I can deal with that. You reacted to us in chat reacting to CR content is kind of hilarious. I have thought about if there's a lot of comments. If there's like a lot of comments, there's a lot of things that I want to talk about. I might, after it's posted, do like a second event where I like look through comments. So we might get some inception here. Liam's one shot is kind of hard to critique IMO because it's so personal and weird. Yeah, it was. I won't spoil it any further, but it was hard to critique. Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily expect to critique in a traditional sense, but Liam sure made some strong choices. Oh my god, yeah. It was a critique in the sense of like I was going into it way more being like, what can I learn from this? Because this is such a unique situation compared to the standard. So I think that was much more the critique sense. Yeah, it was wild. Did you confirm the pre-recorded content was Liam's one shot? And you are confirming live dope. Yes, Liam's one shot. Yeah. For instance, Liam's one shot was the one you could not skip because it's so unique. I agree. And it's why I'm glad that I did test the format on that one, because I tried the format on the Battle Royale and I was just not that interested in it, and I didn't have chat to like keep the energy up and to like talk about interesting things. So it was tough. It was tough for someone who's not used to recording, like to offline recording. I think it may have been not as tough for someone who's more used to that. So I was glad that I did it with Liam's one shot, because it that shit kept my energy up. I was hooked. Yeah, I didn't know. Oh yeah, I mean, it is, but it's also like it is the name of the thing in your country. So like I don't blame you. But yes, it is. Liam's Quest, not really good D&D, as it was so on rails, it was crazy, but the players had so much fun. Yeah, we'll talk about it after y'all see it. After next Wednesday, we'll talk more about it, because yeah, I had a lot of things to say about it, and I feel like we will talk about it more. I feel like we'll talk about it more. It's wild though. It's a wild ride. Long-time viewer, but don't really like chatting. Just want to tell you I really like your streams. Thank you, nobody important. I appreciate it. Look, I get it. YouTube is better for lurkers. I'm a fucking lurker. People in the Discord know. I interact in the Discord like once a week. I get a big burst of interaction, and then I don't look at the Discord the rest of the time. And when I'm in streams, I'm not chatting. I'm normally a VOD frog otherwise. So I very much I get it. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah. Battle Royales aren't that interesting to me personally. They're interesting to me in like a very like meta mechanical sense of like, man, that could be interesting content for me to run someday if I like figured out a good way to do it. But yeah. I don't know. I get why people are interested in it. And I think it would be I think the big problem with it is that it's hard for me to make content on. I really understand people that like watching it, especially as like a second screen sort of thing where, you know, you're kind of dipping in and out of paying attention to it. You maybe, you know, kind of tune back in mentally for the big moments. I very much understand that. But from a perspective of like being dead focused on it, trying to like critique and make commentary, have interesting thoughts, it's tough with the Battle Royales. The level 17 Battle Royale is where it's at. Level 17 is good. And the Vox Machina versus C2 Party one. I can imagine, like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I can imagine that there are some good ones, especially as they continue to test the format. And I can imagine that like certain audience members are more into it than others. But those are very much the ones where that's like one of the core ones that I'm looking at testing this stuff on, because I might have some interesting things to say about it, but I might not have that many interesting things to say. You know what I'm saying? And so also the good thing about the pre-recorded nature of it is that I can watch a really long thing where I might not have that much to say. And there will be a lot of dead air. But on a stream, that dead air is it just kills the fucking vibe, kills the stream. Whereas in pre-recorded, I can cut out all of the dead air and like basically only show you guys like the highlights of what I thought. So that's another aspect to me testing this out. It opens up a lot of new avenues for potential like commentary styles. I've watched them all. I meant more they aren't all that interesting to have a discussion about. Yeah, I think we're on a similar wavelength there. Where it's like there are probably some interesting aspects. Some are probably way better than others. But in terms of an actual discussion, it would be like me like reacting to. It's a little bit like esports, but it's not balanced to actually be competitive. You know what I'm saying? It's like I tried to watch. I was really into Rainbow Six Siege for a long time. It's one of my most played games, especially my most played competitive game. And I competed in some esports tournaments for it. And I tried to watch Rainbow Esports, a game that I was incredibly into, and it was just a snooze fest to me. And even the competitive nature of it wasn't like enough to get me hooked. And the battle royales are kind of that, but the fundamental game is not meant to be PvP competitive and like PvP balanced. So it is even less interesting from like that perspective to discuss. There might still be some cool moments and like some interesting moments, but in terms of discussion, I can't really talk about like the balance or like, whoa, can you believe that thing happened in the battle royale? Because like, well, yeah, I can believe it. It's an inherently unbalanced format. So yeah, I think it's much much harder to have like an in-depth convo about. Yeah. Did you watch their short Q&A? I did not. Because it was getting really late and my voice was starting to go. I might. One of the nice things about this is that I can always add on more. So I might watch the one shot separately, or not separately, but I might watch it like later this week and add it on to the recording. So there might be a continuity error. But yeah. So that's exactly the sort of thing where it's like I can also like break up recording sessions. I haven't decided if I will or not. I kind of want to just because the one shot was so wacky. But we'll see if the schedule permits. Watching video games for me, at least, is about 95% about the person playing it and 5% about the game. Yeah, which I think that the battle royales capture very similarly, where it's like about the personalities. But there's no story. Like if you look at like what I discuss on Critical Eyes, it is about the game and the characters and the story, most of which the battle royale removes. So I don't blame people for liking watching it. I think if I was watching it and not making a video on it, I'd be more into it. But it's tough to discuss, at least in my traditional sense. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's housekeeping. And with that, we will go into takeaway. Da, 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 da. Oh, I forgot I also need to pin the no spoilers. Okay, takeaway. My takeaway might be surprising. Because I feel like I have a bit of a reputation for being a bit hard on Matt. And to an extent, I think that's part of my appeal. I'm hard on him, but I am also, I try to be like very respectful and kind about it. And I think a lot of times, Critical Role commentary falls into like unrequited praise or hideous hatred. And so I like being in the middle of it, where, sometimes I give him a little bit of a hard time and I'm a little bit critical of him. Oh, critical. But I also really like the show. I think he's a really good DM. And I am slowly becoming a critter as the series goes on. You hard on Matt? I know. So I think it might be a tad bit of a surprise when I say that I think that last episode was relatively poor D&D, but that I probably wouldn't change a thing from what I know. Like, I think that there's because sometimes I am hard on Matt by saying that I think he should have known. He should have thought about this. The players gave really clear signals, or they outright said their plan, and then it doesn't seem like he prepared for it. But I know that he was doing a crazy amount of traveling between 58 and 59. Probably didn't have a lot of time to do like detailed prep. So I get that. And I don't think that DMs should kill themselves and like sweat and labor and sacrifice their personal lives for the game. And I think that's like not just like a caveat or an excuse. That is like a real like lesson and takeaway, is that sometimes putting in less of that prep work when you really truly don't have the real life time is the right decision. It's the right move. And that, to me, is one of the big reasons that last episode was kind of weird. Beyond that, it was a little odd. I thought it was a little odd with the hostility that was described. The what I would have called undue hostility or overreactions in terms of how the world reacted to the players. But I do think that that was in service of what I would call funneling them. Because railroading, obviously a dirty word. Funneling, basically the same thing, but you hide the rails better. And sometimes you need to get players more on track. Like, they are going into places that you don't have prepped, you don't have anything interesting to show them. And so you need to get them back to the interesting stuff without actually railroading them. And I think that the overreaction of the environment, the broad hostility, did a good job in discouraging exploration, did a good job in discouraging tangential exploration, objectives, exploring. I'm using explore a lot. But like giving them like, okay, the Feywild, broadly hostile. You don't want to fuck with it. This is the direction of your objective. Everywhere is hostile, but that's the direction of your objective. So if you're going to interact with the hostility, you might as well be moving forward. I think that's a decent way, if a bit clunky, to funnel them to get them back on track. Because if you didn't, even though he knew that they were going to the nymph, he didn't have time to prep anything interesting, so he didn't have anything interesting. And at that point, you gotta get the players back on track. So, to an extent, even though I didn't like it, I didn't really love it as a characterization of the Feywild, I didn't love it in terms of actual, like, reactive in the moment DMing. Again, I don't think I would change a thing, because you gotta get the players back on. And sometimes that's a bit clunky. And I actually talk about that similarly in Liam's one-shot, where I think sometimes you gotta do things to get the players where they need to be. Because at the end of the day, you want everyone to have fun. You want it all to be interesting. And you want to let them do whatever they want. You don't want to railroad them. I think railroading has a negative context because it is associated with DMs forcing the players to do what the DM wants to do, not necessarily what the players want to do. And there's a very fine line between that, which is bad, and what I think Matt did, which was not get them back to what he wanted to do, but get them back to what there is, where there is stuff to do. Because the world is not infinite. Even though Matt does a great job the vast majority of the time of making the world feel infinite and like they can go anywhere and do anything, that's a lie. That's smoke and mirrors. That is purely a feeling. It's not reality. And so occasionally, if they get too off the beaten path and you don't have enough prep time to make it more clever and hide the wires a little bit better, sometimes you have to do a little bit more of a forcible funnel. So I think that all in all, while it is a collection of actions and DMing traits and styles that I think individually and in a vacuum are bad, and I would normally critique much harder, this is one of the like really extreme nuances of talking about this where I think it was all the right decisions. And I think that it was a good show of like proper DMing in showing like restraint in your personal life, and the game sometimes suffers for that, and that's okay. And you make the hard decisions to get people back on track. And even I think some people might say, well, just cancel the session. I actually think that having a session like this, that I think was maybe closer, and this kind of abuts against the like no D&D is better than bad D&D. It's kind of abuts against that advice. But I do think that to an extent, if it's going to be a single session of bad D&D, have it. Keep the pace up. Keep the schedule up. Keep everyone in the mindset. Don't cancel. And like keep things moving forward. I think that last episode was maybe one of the best examples of like the reality of DMing and of a lot of this being on you, and how sometimes it's just not feasible to keep up the schedule while also keeping the game amazing. It's just not feasible. And that's okay. That's super, super okay. So yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird takeaway today. It's a collection of things that I would normally be very negative about, but because of the contextual factors, I'm more positive on. Yeah. You aren't already a critter. This is a lot of devotion for a casual enjoyer, and I salute you. I mean, it's hard to say, like, what is or isn't a critter. You know what I'm saying? Like, at this point, am I a critter? I guess it kind of depends on what your definition is. When I started this series, I was entirely unaware of Critical Role. I knew of Matt Mercer vaguely in terms of like the Matt Mercer effect. I did not even realize that the Legend of Vox Machina, which I have not seen, was related to Critical Role. Had no idea they were connected. And I'd never seen any of it. So at the beginning, I definitely was not a critter. And that was like kind of part of the branding at the beginning of this series was like, oh, like outsider watches it. But like, I at this point have to grapple with the fact that this series might have kind of changed underneath me when I wasn't looking. Because yeah, that's how it used to be. But also now, I have a fucking Obsidian database vault that contains a repository of knowledge about Campaign 1, and I have spent so much time thinking about and talking about Campaign 1 far more than any casual enjoyer. So it's like, I don't know. Am I a critter at this point? It's kind of hard to tell. I might have become one when I wasn't looking. Because I definitely didn't consider myself one for the vast majority of this series. But then I got a comment on the last theory stream that I made, and I think it was Chat Noir, was like, it's astounding how many notes you've taken, how many notes you've accumulated. And I was like, it is. And I thought about it, and I was like, it is kind of astounding. It is kind of kind of crazy. So you're sort of recreating the wiki a little. Yeah. So it's like that gets into a deeper conversation of like, what is a critter at this point? Because at this point I might be. And it happened without me knowing. At what point is one no longer looking from the outside in? Yeah. Like at this point, my priority is to experience, like when it comes to spoilers especially, I always say, you know, my default is, oh, let me experience it like a critter would have in whatever, like 2016. So even when it comes to making the stream and like making the format, I am prioritizing a like meta construct where I am pretending to be a 2016 critter. So at what point is the fiction no longer fiction? At what point is it just reality? At what point is it no longer a construct? I don't know. At some point, I think by the end of campaign 1, I will undeniably like have to consider myself a critter. I don't think there will be any other way to interpret it. But who knows when that transition point actually is, you know? We spent more time thinking about their CR than I had probably up until I started a campaign in their world. Yeah, that's the thing. But I've also thought about it from such a critical standpoint, a very like an analytical standpoint. And so that gets complicated because I think that critter kind of implies like a pure enjoyer and a fan, which a lot of the time that I've spent thinking about it has been from like a review perspective. And, you know, when you think about like someone that like reviews movies or reviews food, they're probably not a fan of any individual dish, but a movie reviewer is probably a fan of movies at large. And so like I'm a fan of D&D at large, but if I'm reviewing the same movie over and over and over and over, at what point do you just become a fan of it? Because I think it's happening. I just don't know where I'm at in the process, you know? Movie reviewers don't go into as much detail as this. That's also fair. They're much more concerned about conciseness, which I've known from the very start. Conciseness. That's why I actually thought about, I used to follow Funhouse, and before Funhouse, I followed Lawrence Sontag as an independent games journalist. And then when he joined Funhouse, I started watching Funhouse. And I thought about getting into journalism and like professional review. I thought about it a lot when I was younger. And the more life I lived, the more I realized how impossible that career would be for me. I'm just not capable of that sort of concise speech. I try very hard. And I don't consider it like a flaw necessarily. I think that my ramblings are interesting and can get me to places that more concise speakers will never arrive at. But it's not good for like traditional review content. So I knew that I was never going to be a traditional reviewer. It was just not going to happen. Which is why I kind of have to go into more detail to an extent. Buddy, you're part of the fandom by what you do, regardless of how you identify. You create content. And that's the thing, right? Is like how much content qualifies you as part of the fandom. I want to be clear. At this point, I do consider that. But now it's a question of like, when did I cross the event horizon? I honestly don't know. Because I'm sure plenty of people that are not in the fandom have made videos about Critical Role. I'm certain of it. If we want to get real, I've talked to creators that don't like Critical Role and made videos about it. Not like hit piece videos, like they were like positive videos, but they were like, yeah, I don't really fuck with Critical Role. I'm not going to name names, and it's not Mike. That's what I'll tell you. And it's also not Ryan. I know that those are the names I bring up all the time, so I don't want to throw either of them. It's neither of those two. But like, there are definitely people that make content about the show that are not in the fandom. But there is also a point where you cross the event horizon where no matter what you consider yourself, no matter how you feel about the show, at a certain point when you talk about it so much and when you make so much about it, yeah, at a certain point you do cross that threshold of like being in the fandom. I just don't know when it is. It's like when I had to admit to myself that I like Twilight Princess more than Ocarina of Time because I played the game way more. Yeah. There's an amount of that, yeah. Watching the latest episode of CR, but this is greater priority. Thank you, Thashel. I appreciate it. I think choosing to react to a full campaign is only content from a fan. Other people would review the TV show. It's weird, though, because I confirmed wasn't a fan when I started. But there is probably a point where, and even when I decided, like, yes, this is something that I am going to, like, continue to watch long term, I made that decision at a point where I wasn't that into Critical Role. If we're being honest with each other. That decision was after the Emberhold, where we were still solidly in the Underdark. After that was the Vasselheim mini arcs, which I've talked about is so far my low point of CR, is the Vasselheim mini arcs. So I'd committed to a full campaign at that point. But at some point during like the Briarwood Chroma Conclave era, actually, you know what? I might have just come to it. It might have been Craven Edge. I think Craven Edge might have been the event horizon for me. Because you know what it actually is? You know what it actually is from the end of the day? When did I start talking to people in my real life that don't watch my stream about Critical Role? Because I do that. And it was Craven Edge. It was the Craven Edge arc. I talked to friends about it that do not watch my stream, have not watched Critical Role, and I felt like a need to tell them about it. I think Briarwoods was still an amazing arc that I liked a lot, but I think that the Craven Edge Grog personal arc, I think I'm gonna submit that as my final opinion. I think that was where I became a fan. I think that's where I became a critter. Because I think before that, it was still like just like it was like a job that I liked doing. You know what I'm saying? It was like when I worked in computer science and any computer science that I do nowadays, I don't do it because I'm like a fan of the game. You know, I don't do it because I'm like a fan of programming. I do it because it's a job that I like doing the job, but I don't like really care about like the specific interactions, like the specific projects or company or whatever. And I think that was kind of how the beginning of Critical Eyes was. But I think it was after Craven Edge that I actually honed in on it. Mike hates CR confirmed. Hates CR confirmed. I think you preemptively said not Mike because I was 100% spooling up my tinfoil hat. Oh yeah. Well, because yeah, it's yeah. People will, as a theorist myself, I know that people will take anything like that is like vaguely hinted at, and they will fucking sprint off into the distance with it. So yeah, no, not Mike, not Ryan. It was someone else. But yeah, I think the event horizon was recreating the wiki. If you didn't like it, you would have probably stopped though. That's true. I think I started liking it because I considered stopping during Vasselheim. And I started to like it in the Briarwoods, but I think the Craven Edge is really what got me, you know? Plus, I just love creating the stream at the end of the day. Like, I think if I, for some reason, there was a genie curse put on me where I could no longer stream, I think at this point, I would continue to watch Critical Role. Even if I could never stream again, never post a video to YouTube again, I could never talk about it publicly, I would continue to watch Critical Role at this point. And I'd probably watch it faster. I'd probably get through it way quicker. But before Craven Edge, like even during Briarwoods, I think if that same curse had been put on me, I don't think I would have continued watching. Which is maybe a I don't know if this is like a don't meet your heroes or whatever. But yeah, I think if I would not have been able to make I loved making the content during the Briarwood arc. But I think if I wouldn't have been able to make content, I don't think I would have watched it in my free time. But I'm at the point where I absolutely would now. So I think that's what I mean by event horizon, if that makes sense. I'm still glad Mega committed to watching all the core episodes because even big creators skip those episodes. Super glad Mega didn't shy away from it. I mean, it's nice because I don't have enough knowledge to know what I'm missing. Like I didn't like watch C2 first or whatever. So it's like if I were to recommend Critical Role to someone like that had never seen it, whatever, didn't have any experience with it, I would recommend Post Orion. I would probably recommend Briarwood starting, and I would give them the story of Vox Machina to go along with it, and I would maybe like write up a little summary for them. But I would probably recommend Post Orion, like right at the start of the Briarwoods. Maybe a little bit before, maybe excise a few episodes here and there. But I didn't know any better. And so I'm also glad, to be clear, I'm also glad that I started there and that I didn't do that. Yeah. I think it was Craven Edge now that you mentioned it. It was the first time you were consistently very positive. God, I love Craven Edge. Don't even get me back into it. That was the one where it went beyond, like, is this good or is this bad? You know what I'm saying? That was the first time it went beyond, like, I'm reviewing a thing. And it was the first time I was like, I want to use this in my game. I want this. This is so good. Oh my God. Like, I was kind of floored with it of like how nuanced and great it was. And a similar thing with Silas. I think the fact that they came kind of back to back also helped because Silas was a similar thing for NPC design where I was like, oh my God, like giving them like movement on a reaction or legendary reactions. Insane. I love it. I've never seen it before. I've kind of seen it, but like not in the way that it was implemented on Silas. Silas's legendary actions were so unique compared to what I have seen. And I think that those two things really were what made me be like, holy shit. And, go beyond that a little bit. Your Obsidian Vault note-taking is way more record-keeping than what I've done. Yeah. But still, yeah. I think fan is a broader umbrella than just loving something. To me, it does include people who are deeply involved in media in ways that aren't it being your day job, even influencers. I guess that's fair. Hey, and if that's how you think about fan, I think that's fair. I think then I was probably a fan under that thought process from way, way earlier. And I think that's a fair way to define fan. I don't want to like draw this like weird separation. I think that's a perfectly reasonable way to define fan. It's not how I personally think of it, but from that perspective, I think you're right. I think I was probably a fan much earlier. Yeah. Your reactions and reveals feel analogous to people who do fandom by keeping a deep knowledge of details. Yeah. I mean, I can see that. Yeah. Again, it's not something that I think of as fandom, but I can absolutely see what you mean. And if I thought about it a little bit more, maybe I would more fully come onto your side. Yeah. I wish Mary got through Critical Role faster. No, not like that. No. Yeah. Yeah. I love the dinner episode and would hate people to miss it. I would probably create my own custom order, honestly. But yeah. I know we're gonna hit the talking budget. I don't know if you noticed that I've started like skipping a bunch of chat messages because yeah, we're approaching the talking budget real fucking fast. So I also turned it back to the more reasonable thing than it was before. So it's going to build a lot quicker. I still have some testing to do with the talking budget. It's not quite where I want it. It's almost there, but I need a better way to determine the cap and the decrement rate separately. Because right now they're determined based on the same factors, and I think that's wrong. So I need to think about it more. But anyways, okay. I was already planning on skipping these two because John said they were kind of optional, and now, boy, we've been talking for a little bit. So let's get into it. Let's go to 250, 1050. Because, yeah, we got to get into it. We got to crack the knuckles. Because, boy, this chunk has been big. Stream time 1 hour. Episode time 0 seconds. Dude, yeah, 1 hour 15. Oy. And it's muted. Woo! I got to start doing, like, bets on whether or not it'll be muted.
The response to this live event was so amazing that we are super stoked to announce that we are going to also be doing Critical Role Live in Indianapolis during Gen Con on August 6th, Saturday night. Tickets will go on sale. I think they're on sale now. Right now. So if you want to like silently on your phone or just ignore it because it's a much bigger venue, so tickets should be available. But we're all going to be in Indianapolis on Saturday night in Gen Con. To roll some dice with you bitches live.
Hell yeah. So that's so if this wasn't nerve-wracking enough for me, we have another round in a couple weeks.
Pressure's on, dude. Pressure's on.
Dude.
But super stoked.
I can't imagine. I would be shitting my pants as Matt. And this is honestly a broad, I don't even know if you would call it a critique necessarily, a broad comment that I've made about Matt before that I need to make more often. That is somewhat inspirational to me and that I need to really take more out of is like, at the end of the day, no matter what I say, he has had the confidence to do this in front of an audience consistently, where he is confirmed going to be torn apart for his actions. It has happened so many times that he cannot, consider that he won't be. And he fucking escalates to a live. I mean, it's and like on an even deeper level, I know that at this, I've seen the review, or not the review, the interview with Matt about him discovering like the fitted vest, because he has body dysmorphia. I don't have that. I don't even really experience anxiety at high levels. I don't worry, I have plenty of other stuff wrong with me, but I don't experience either of those things. The level of like, it's not even confidence, but like bravery, I think is the only word. I think it is truly the only word. The level of bravery to put yourself out there like this consistently all the time. When you see the things that are getting said about you, you see the things that are getting said about your friends, your girlfriend, and then to escalate it to the live with people watching you in person. Oh my God. It's incredibly brave. It goes beyond confidence. You know, it's an incredibly like vulnerable and brave position that he consistently puts himself in. And I hope to have an ounce of that someday. Because especially knowing what he's got going on behind the scenes and what's happening off camera. He's very brave. And it sounds stupid. It sounds like cringy to say. I hate it. But I can't think of a better word. It just is. And like, I know that I have avoided DMing a lot on stream, even though I could have prioritized it at this point, because I'm a little bit worried. I'm being a little cowardly. And watching the Liam episode and then like going into this has made me kind of slap myself awake a little bit, be like, make a one shot, fucking get on stream and DM. Do it. If they can do it, you can do it. Mega. Come on. I don't even want to say it may be. It probably will be the consensus. Fuck. My alarm is going off. No, right in the middle of my shit. But it's going to keep going off. It wasn't at my desk because I left it in the shower. I forgot. But I think the consensus probably will be that I am a better reviewer and reactor and theorizer than I am a DM. Like that, and that's okay, you know? Or maybe it won't be, and that's also okay. And I need to like get out of my head about it because it's incredibly impressive for both Liam and Matt to put themselves out there like this. And I think that it would be like, frankly, good for me to do. Like I think it would be good for like my mental. It'd be a good way of like stretching myself. So yeah, the past few have been very personally inspiring in a very specific way of like doing D&D as a creator and like online. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe look forward to that. Maybe I'll lose my nerve. Who knows? We'll see. I think this is the fastest back CR live show for the main CR. I can imagine that. I can really imagine that. I mean, I wonder, and this isn't meant as like a dig or critique, but I wonder if it's like financial. Like I wonder if how much they made off of this. And if they are potentially starting to see like, oh, we might not have to voice act as much. With like merch sales and like these live show ticket sales. And I wonder if this is them experimenting with various monetization options. And they might see like after this episode, after the Gen Con episode, whatever, they might end up seeing that like, okay, this is not like the route we want to go down with monetization. But I wonder if they are starting to get to the point where they're like really thinking about it and being like, oh shit, like, we might not have to voice act anymore if we like more strategically and like purposefully monetize this. So I wonder if that has something to do with it. I don't know. How is the Daggerheart stuff for you? It's not quite the same as a one shot, but probably close enough to judge how it would be. It was nerve-wracking. It was very nerve-wracking for me. But I had a shield from it a little bit because Daggerheart was new. And I am, like a new DM to Daggerheart, even though I've GM'd other systems. So I had a little bit of a shield of if anything goes wrong, it's, I don't have experience in the system. And I got good feedback on the Daggerheart one, but DMing D&D is like a totally different beast. Because I have talked about how much experience I have in D&D and how many tables I've played at and players. And if I fucking show up and the way that I DM does not match with people's expectations given my experience, oh, it's already making me get tight in the chest. It makes me so nervous. But overcoming that feeling, I think would be like a good growth opportunity for me. Because like at the end of the day, streaming it is just a different experience. And I think it is something that people would like, and I think that I would, and I've constantly talked about how I want to get better at one-shots, and I have the perfect venue for experimentation with that. And I just need to do it. But, oh boy, I'm getting tight in the chest just thinking about it right now. Yeah. It might be cringe, but I agree that Matt is very brave for doing CR on the internet for everyone to pick him apart. Yeah. Like, sometimes things are cringe. Like that's just the facts. Sometimes the truth, the real emotional truth, is cringe. And that sucks, but that's just, like, the reality. Where you are saying something, like, truthful and vulnerable about how you feel about someone else and about how they're acting. And I think that has like developed into like, this is kind of a whole separate topic, but I think especially for younger generations like me, hello, what's up? The aspect of cringe has sometimes evolved to be like talking about bad things and like being able to talk about it in like a better way. But has also evolved into like a shield from real emotional conversations and from like expressing your emotions. So it's like, yeah, I think Matt's being brave. And that may sound a little cringe, but that's just because, I don't know, it's how I really feel. I'm not into live shows because even when everything goes well, it's not ideal for audio and visuals for online viewing. Yeah. It never will be. And there's just no way to make it so, yeah. Yeah. Having live shows that fill a room is a sign of strength in your brand, and that's valuable for business negotiations. Absolutely. And so, yeah, that's why I say I don't want it to come off as like a critique of what they're doing, because I think that like hedges towards like some people would say like, oh, they're selling out, whatever. But it's like they're still working voice actors, I think, right now. And it's like, oh, if they're seeing like an opportunity where it's like, fuck, if we like more purposefully monetize this, we wouldn't have to be voice actors anymore. And like we could just like commit all of our time to this. That's awesome. So I don't view it as selling out in the slightest. I view it as them like experimenting with like what they like and what they can stomach with it. Yeah. I have technically live streamed a D&D game, but it was 95% to a zero audience, and when that one person wandered in, it immediately made me stop thinking. Yeah. And that's also what I like. If I had started doing an actual play, like I started streaming to zero people for a while, so it doesn't like I'm very comfortable with streaming. I don't get self-conscious about like the stream numbers, or a lot of times even about like stream quality. I don't get like self-conscious about it. I don't get in my own head, but for the first time seeing me DMing, I know that I would probably have double digits people in that room. And that, I've never even had an audience at my home games. I've never had like people just like come and watch. I've only had guest players. So the idea of that just like, it's very, very like, it makes me feel jittery. Being not afraid to seem cringe is genuinely a big part of growing as a person. I agree. It's something I feel like I've gotten a lot better at, but I still have room to grow in. But I fully agree. Yeah, it's a level of genuineness that you have to grow into. Yeah. But anyways, all of that being said, another live show at Gen Con. Cool. I mean, we'll see how this live show goes. Because yeah, I don't like I talked about earlier. I think that it is going to be and should be prioritized for the live audience. So I'm wondering how, with that prioritization, it'll eventually come off, you know?
All right, so bringing us in now back to tonight's episode of Critical Role. Guys, pay attention.
Illithid syphilis.
The camera's already on. It's yeah.
Okay.
So our intrepid band of adventurers, Vox Machina, found themselves recently traversing.
Actually, before we really get into it, let's do a quick break. That was all just the introduction. Let's go to a quick break. And then we will actually start. We'll get some water, take a bathroom break, and prepare to sink into the actual episode itself. And I'm going to up the playback speed before we do. And so I will see you guys all in it. I know it's a bit of a tease. I know. I'll be right back. What's up? Hello. We're watching Critical Role. I'm not even gonna talk to you guys, cause I'm a bad boy like that. Ugh, it sounded bad coming out of my mouth. I don't like it.
The Feywild in search of another vestige of divergence. In doing so, they managed to find an old friend in the nymph Nala, acquired some information, trading a book, and found their way towards the ever-shifting grasses northward in search of where the divergence, the object of the divergence lied. In doing so, they found a new ally, a new friend, a little satyr by the name of, where is it here? Garmelie, thank you. Now, Garmelie, who had made some really interesting sketches of the party upon being caught, was then dragged into Scanlan's magnificent mansion, which Pike asked him to make a fantastic mural for the interior of that place, which I think still resides there to this day, and on the internet, as we've discovered. Upon traveling further north, hopefully to find their final destination in the form of the Shademark Bog, where the Fenris bow seemingly exists, you instead came upon Singorn, the city from the youthful days of Vex and Vax. Upon speaking to the head of the, pardon me, see all the nerves get the belching out, it works out well. Upon encountering Watcher Iova, watching the gate, recognizing the twins, let them within the actual city of Singorn, and that is where we left off. So, as you guys walk through the beautiful verdant city, tall, seemingly endless trees around you, many buildings naturally formed and built in smoothly carved stone, various ancient sigils. Throughout the entire cityscape, the very heavy armored verdant guard gathered in places in a general air of intensity and building military might within the city of Singorn.
All right. We're already getting into it of like he's fucking what year is this? This is 2016. When was The Office on? Definitely during this time. No question. 2005 to 2013. Oh, this is well after The Office, I guess. Yeah, he's fucking jimming the camera over here. Oh my god. I'm not gonna stop to comment about it every time, but I feel like it's gonna happen quite a bit where the fucking someone on the couch says a thing and then they go, and I will probably find it funny and silly. But also, depending on how often it happens, it might get annoying.
You have your invisible companion, Garmelie, who at some point in the near future has agreed to tell you what it is he wishes you to steal for him as part of the deal that was made by the twins. So, what would you like to do?
I feel like I should be very stern right now, but I can't stop smiling.
You're gloomy, lock it up, here we go.
I feel like the first thing we need to do is go see our father.
Right off the bat.
He's the one that's going to give us access to the rest of the city.
All right. Is Iova still here, or has she trundled off?
She's walked off. She literally let you guys in the city and went, do what you gotta do, and then turned away. And the rest of the guard...
seriously? So, like, no, the guard is following us.
The guard is following
And
you.
we remember where we're going, right? Because it's all the same as it was.
The city is the same as it was. Yeah.
Well, I imagine we would go to his home, his home.
What time is it? I mean, we don't know what time it is.
It's dusk.
Thank you.
Perpetually does.
But we just woke up.
Right. Okay.
Look at all those elves.
So many elves.
Is the little satyr,
Judging us.
is he holding on to my skirts, basically?
You actually don't feel his general presence, and then as you move, you feel a slight tug at your belt.
Right, so can I how far away is that guard that's on our tail?
About 15, 20 feet back.
Oh yeah, can I super slyly whisper okay, so at any point, are you gonna tell us what it is you want us to fucking steal?
You hear a whispered voice that kind of curls up by your ear. Strangely, given the fact he's so small, so the voice is being thrown right into the side of your eardrum, goes,
"Just be quiet. Find a place in which we can speak privately. And then I will be happy to tell you. Shh, stop talking to the air. It upsets them."
It's really quite normal for me, but...
You should really watch that gas of yours with him back there.
Oh, you're so right. Hey, pull my finger.
Dude, this is crazy. I turned down the audio, sorry. This is crazy. It sounds like a piped-in laugh track. I don't think it is. I think it's... I have no reason to believe it's not the live audience, but that, you could record this for, to sell as, a professional laugh track. That's fucking wild. They sound like... How do I say it? Not stereotypical. It's so not Paragon. It's like the definitional thing that I think of when I think of a laugh track is something that sounds like this. It's so much. It's like a laugh track so much. It's crazy. All right, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I hate laugh tracks. They really fucking bug me. As someone that doesn't watch a lot of television and only watches like really specific shows, it's like a pretty hard out for me if a show has a laugh track. So, and I know that it's not one. Like, the platonic ideal. Yes, exactly. Platonic ideal is exactly what I was going for. I'm not saying I'm like fucking out, obviously, but the talking ratio on this one might be lower than a normal one because I might be distracted sometimes. The audience are just cardboard cutouts. It's very distracting and takes me out of it. Yeah, I almost wish... I wish that like they had like better directional audio where they were capturing more of the stage and less of the background. But again, like I said at the beginning, I think that especially for their first one, which was already going to, it was already going to just be scuffed because it's their first one. So like, I noted the buzzing audio. I don't blame them. The first time you do something, like I said, it's gonna be scuffed. But I think that they should have prioritized the experience of the people that are actually there. So I don't mind. I truly don't mind too much. But it is. I might not be pausing as much. We'll see.
Yeah, that's the family reserve. Oh, he said we're supposed to find somewhere quiet to talk.
Maybe we should do that first, actually.
We have guards fucking following us. We have to go find our father.
We also don't know where we're sleeping tonight, or whether or not it's even permissible. We should probably have a conversation with whoever's in charge. Is your father in charge?
No.
Ish.
Ish.
No. He's a bureaucrat. It's not...
Excellent.
All right, let's go see Dad then.
Grog,
What?
your pants, they're sagging a little bit. Why?
What?
They're sagging a little
Oh, it's like the new rage amongst the kids. It gives me super street cred.
Where's Garmelie? Aren't you
Keyleth,
supposed to...
shut up about Garmelie.
Yeah, no, ex-nay on the Garmelia. I think I'm doing Pig Latin wrong.
It's this way, and I start walking off towards Dad's house.
I'm going to follow the twins.
All right.
Good.
I
throw up in
regal,
my
and
mouth
as
a
we
little.
pass elves, I say,
Good day. Good day. Good day.
The few that look in your direction, Keyleth, take a moment to nod, look you over, and then kind of continue walking, seemingly perturbed by the sudden interaction and the immediate realization that you're not a full-blood.
Yeah, sorry, Keyleth, your ears aren't large enough.
That was
normally what people
cold.
tell me.
Size of your ears.
That's right.
So, as you guys continue following Vax'ildan towards the abode of their father, you keep an eye out towards the rest of Syngorn proper. You see, the further into the city you go, interspersed with a few Iman guards, you see a handful of individuals that are human, and they're dressed in the actual attire of the guards of Iman. And they're intermingling right now with the Verdant Guard, the military might within Syngorn.
What were the name of the guards in Iman? Did they have a name?
The Iman Guard.
Dude, we'll see how distracting it is, but for such a serious episode too, for it to be this sort of vibe, it's and it's tough also because I know that like they are feeding off of it. Like, hey, I fucking did live theater. I know how much like a good and receptive audience will heighten a performance like crazy. But also, this isn't like Critical Role is normally a funny show, but I would not consider it a comedy most of the time. But that's where you're either going to get a lot of reaction from your audience on really dramatic moments or really funny moments, or not even really funny moments, just regular funny, honestly. And so it's a lot easier to dip into that funny well than it is to dip into the dramatic well. Like, that requires a lot more vulnerability, which is way harder on stage. So we'll see. But yeah. I think we'll have like a big probably breakdown towards the end, where we talk about the whole experience. So I definitely I agree with not poisoning the well, because I'm quickly forming my own opinions. And we'll have plenty of time to talk it through at the end. And also I just want to highlight, I love this mindset, and I wish more people had it. I think I've mentioned something similar to this before, of like Mega's razor instead of Hanlon's razor. It seems like an easy-ish problem to solve, which probably means I don't understand it. I don't think that that's what most people would think, and they should think more along those lines. It might be a stupid, easy one to solve that they were just, unaware of. But I think more often than people want to admit, they just don't understand something. Or there's just some miscommunication. Neither person is like stupid or wrong or malicious. There's just some misunderstanding. It's even more distracting than it was on the first watch. I think in general, it's kind of twofold. It's one of those, like, when someone points it out, it's like the glass breaking and fucking How I Met Your Mother. Another show with a laugh track. One of the only shows I can think of with a laugh track that I've gotten all the way through. And it was when I was younger and disliked them less. But it's kind of the glass breaking thing where, like, once you hear it, you can't unhear it. And I think whenever you're rewatching something, those small annoyances stand out more because you don't have to pay as much attention to, like, the lore and, like, the plot things that people are saying, because you already know what's going to happen. At least the major things. So I think you're generally more aware of, like, all the surrounding stuff, which is definitely, like, a factor when rewatching something, like how good it is on rewatch. Good news is the audio mixing and overall quality for the live shows doesn't get better. Bad news, there are some bad ones. Yeah, audio issues are just sort of a thing where it's like, it's kind of one of those wells of discussion, kind of like the sensory stuff, where it's like, yeah, they got bad audio sometimes. That's the way it goes. There's nothing really more to say about it. There's I've pretty much talked it to death, which is not to say that you guys can't talk about it. I never want, like, me saying that I'm not going to talk about something to, like, discourage y'all from talking about it. It's just that I'm probably not going to, like, pause to comment on it because I've kind of said all I have to say on it. Take a shot every time you hear the audience laugh. God, no. Yeah, don't. Anyways.
Yeah, totally.
They were there. There is a name, and it's somewhere in my notes.
It's fine.
We're good. You never asked.
From this
Felix
perspective,
doesn't know.
I can see your panic folder. It's so exciting.
Yeah.
That's where the magic happens.
That's true. We can't really see
No,
that.
this is exciting for us.
So, you guys continue making your way towards the abode. After traversing on the outskirts of what would be the Tangleward side of the city, the eastern side, you travel in through an area of buildings that are very beautifully crafted, many of which seem to stem from some sort of a tree growth, but upon closer look you can see it's actually carved stone to resemble a tree, and then eventually rises up into a somewhat spherical-like building, and there are many that build off of that to create this kind of neighborhood of various elven abodes within Syngorn.
Fucking hate this place.
Me too.
I think it's lovely.
This is gorgeous. Yeah. Look at the craftsmanship. This is incredible.
You make your way.
Good day.
Good day.
You make your way towards the end of this particular. The guard's still keeping track behind you. You find your way to the end of the main road, and it splits into two smaller avenues.
I'll tell you. We're always going, or maybe I shouldn't speak definitively, but my current plan is to always do main eps. So, it's episode 60, whatever. My goal is to always do main eps with the traditional Critical Eyes format. But this is the sort of video where, again, there's, like, a lot of laughing, a lot of jokes, like, they're kind of laughing. this is what I think of when I think of like the bonus content where I might not have a lot to say about it, but I will occasionally have interesting things to say. And so there's going to be a lot of dead air. This is the sort of thing I think of where it's like, again, I don't blame them for like making the jokes, for laughing. They're nervous. The audience is giving them energy. They're feeding them energy. So I don't blame them at all for like how they're going about this episode. But it's the sort of thing where like, I don't think it meshes as well with the traditional Critical Eyes format. But I also don't plan on again, I don't want to speak too definitively. But right now it's not in the plan to do main eps, like numbered episodes in like the pre-recorded style. But yeah, this is the sort of thing that I think of where it's like a lot of dead air that I could cut out. And that would be like a benefit of pre-recording.
In order to take the left, that reads deeper into the more political family houses of Syngorn. While your family was not a political house per se, your father, as an ambassador to Iman, was given a home in this location. It is your old home, though it appears to have been even further renovated and is much nicer than you remember. But the door is closed, and the dusk sun leaves you at a pause as you look upon the outside of this abode you have not seen in many, many years.
Do you want me to burn it down?
Yes. Yes.
No, just seriously, you seem super like gloomy. Are we getting in a fight?
No fights.
The
No
guards,
fights.
the guards now step up and flank a little bit, just keeping a close eye as you've now approached and effectively knocked on the hand of a relatively middle to high-ranking individual within Syngorian society. Eventually, the door opens and you see a woman standing there, bright blonde hair, braided and tied up in the back. She's wearing more of like a work gown for the day. You recognize her as Divana, the new wife of Syldor, the one that you had once met before in Iman when you guys came upon your father last time. As the door opens up, she looks out for a second, kind of taking in the whole group that is gathered on the outside of their home. Goes, my God, Vaxildan, Vexalia, we weren't expecting you.
No, I can't imagine you were.
Well,
Is he here?
he is.
What time is it?
She's going to glance up and looks up. That's always a good question. The longer we stay in these realms, the more confused my daughter becomes.
How long has that been?
Weeks now, I assume. Best that our timepieces can keep.
Is Devon around?
She is. Would you like to see her?
Of course.
Come in. Is it just you two?
Oh, no.
No.
It's everyone.
Hi.
Hi. And Trinket, you remember Trinket.
Kind of nudges.
Okay, 1 second. I just want to confirm that that's their audio and not mine. That little pwong.
Is Devon around?
She is. Would you like to see her?
Of course.
Come in. Is it just you two?
Oh, no.
No.
It's everyone.
Hi.
Okay, that's them. Cool. I just wanted to confirm. Because I heard it earlier and I was like, I'm pretty sure that's CR. Okay, cool.
Hi. And Trinket, you remember Trinket.
Kind of nudges your arm to the side and comes forward and sniffs out to Devana. She kind of shrieks back a little bit, reaches her hand out to the nose and taps the edge of Trinket's face, and Trinket kind of
Wait.
licks her fingers.
Good day.
Good day.
Good day.
Good day.
They respond better if you say good day and if you have your head.
If we say bidet?
Good day.
Good day.
Bidet.
So very close.
The two guards closest to you within their helmets, their eyes narrow and they look at each other and shake their heads.
Oh, bidet.
Your accent is perfect. Don't change a thing.
Devana goes, very well. If you would all proceed to be quiet if you could. Syldor is working. And you may stay outside, she says to the guards, and they both kind of... We were given orders, milady, to... I understand that, but there's already a lot of people in our home. Stay close to an earshot. It'll be fine. I trust them. The guards...
I wink at him as I walk inside.
No reaction whatsoever. You guys make your way into the home, and it immediately caught with a very, very strong smell of like a cedar. It's a very, very pleasant smelling home, and the hearth is warm. It's everything you wanted your home to be. And immediately hits you to walk in here and see this kind of life away from a life, seeing elements of it that remind you of your childhood and things about it that flash memories to your head of good times and bad in just a few mere moments. And at that same time, there's a sadness because so much of it has changed. So much of it seems better than the memory. And for a moment there, you just feel a little tinge of wondering how different it might have been. At which point that thought process is broken as Devana steps in and goes,
Oh, would anyone like tea, perhaps, or
Sure, yes. Do you have like a oolong or a...
People aren't able to chat? Is this the last chat I have? Wait, let me go back to YouTube. We're back. It's not. Is it back now? Can't chat. Whoa. Okay, it's all back. Wait, so chat just wasn't working for a while? We haven't been able to chat for a while. We're back. Whoa, weird. That was definitely on YouTube's end. It kept saying error? It didn't give me any notifications about it. It definitely deleted like 3 of my comments. We were trying to send you super chats. That was broken. It says resources exhausted. Oh. I have heard about this. Okay, I'm going to open up Discord. Oh, yeah, I see that someone pinged me in general. Man, YouTube chat starts. Okay, normally I close Discord during actual stream so that I don't get like distracted with DMs or anything. But I'll keep it open for this one. I've heard about this. The bot that I used told me about it. I thought it was something related to the bot, but that wouldn't affect your guys' ability to chat by and large. Like I wasn't even seeing chats inside of the YouTube live chat. Like it's not even there in YouTube live chat. So something was going on with YouTube. Let me make sure that I have something off. But I don't think I do. Yeah, ping me if that happens again. Ping me if it happens again. Weird. I thought we were over the budget. No. The budget is never for you guys. You guys can talk as much as you ever want. That's just for me. Specifically in mobile. On desktop, it just said error. Weird. That's so strange. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'll keep Discord open. And I mean, if we have to, I will if chat doesn't work again, let me know. And we can use like the Critical Role no spoilers chat. I wouldn't want to do that like for an entire stream, but we can at least like talk in the Critical Role no spoilers about like what we want to do if we want to reschedule stream or whatever. Because I have heard about this on YouTube. I've heard about this like resources issue. But again, I thought it was like with the bot. I thought it was like an API thing. But it might be just like a chat thing. Weird. I was worried you would think we were bored or something. I mean, I don't know. Dude, you want to... You guys want to hear some shit? You guys want to hear a little tinfoil hat theory I have about my own chat? I think sometimes when people want me to stop tangenting, like when people want me to like get back to watching the show, they will stop chatting even if they have more things to say so that I don't read their chat and I like get closer or I get back to Critical Role sooner. That's my own little tinfoil hat theory. So sometimes when chat just like goes dead, that's also that this is true. I'm saying. So yeah, I knew it. But also, like I said, you know, I spent a year plus streaming to 0 people. So I'm very used to monitoring a totally dead chat. Also, like the first people that started watching me were much more lurkers than anything else. So like when chat goes dead, sometimes I'm like, nah, they got nothing to say. Whatever. Yeah, it doesn't really like, it doesn't super stand out to me. So definitely I've got Discord open. Ping me if it happens again. Yeah. I think the tinfoil hat part, this is my real tinfoil hat. I think sometimes, I have absolutely no evidence of this other than vibes. I think sometimes there's collusion in the spoilers chat. Because spoilers chat knows that I don't read them. So I think sometimes there's collusion of, hey, everybody stop talking so that he'll get back to it. Like I said, I got no evidence of that besides my vibes. But it's also all good. It's why I've never brought it up. I think that's totally fair. I haven't seen collusion to stop talking. I have seen people say, oh, sorry, I got him going again. I see. Which, hey, that's totally fine. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. You guys are fully free to do what you're going to do. But yeah. Okay, we'll keep going. Like I said, ping me in general or no spoilers or whatever if it happens again, and we'll figure something out. Cool. Do.
Like a chamomile would be great.
Something like that, yes. It's
Yes.
been a little scarce here in the Feywild. It's more difficult to farm herbs here than you'd think.
Oh, here. I pull out some herbs that I brought from my garden. Some of the clissfoil and other things from.
Thank you.
Here you go.
I appreciate that.
They won't scream at you when you pick them. It's good. It's good.
Thank you. What was your name again?
Oh, I'm Keyleth of the Ashari.
It's a pleasure to meet you again.
Good day. Good day.
That's really not necessary. You're in my home. You, sir, your name?
Whatever's available would be just fine.
I think she
means your name.
That's a curious title.
But you can call him whatever's available as well.
Very well, coffee table. What's your name?
It's easier than the actual.
For you, it is just Percival, and I am.
Dude. Do y'all remember after the invasion of Iman? Is that what they call it? I think in my notes I called it the invasion of Iman. What do people normally call that in like the critter community? Because I've never heard them say it, and like I guess maybe it's theoretically a spoiler, but I feel like that's more like over the table type talk. Do people call it like the invasion, the battle of Iman when the Chroma Conclave like comes in? I don't know what people call that. Anyways, do y'all remember after that, the fall of Iman? Got it. I might change my note on that because that's very much like I don't consider that a spoiler. That's just like the colloquial name for something. The absolute fuck-uppery of Iman. Yeah. But after the fall of Iman, when they go to Vasselheim, and I was talking about how that scene in the bar felt like whose line is it anyway? And that like bored me a little bit. I like comedies. I like whose line is it anyway? I don't have a ton to say about him though.
Another visiting royal from Man's World.
All right. You, sir?
I'm Cold, the Kingslayer. Chuck Norris. Burt Reynolds. I have many names. You see, when you've traveled a road as long as I have.
Black tea, got it.
All right.
And you, sir, the large one.
Oh, yeah, bidet. The name is Grog.
Very well. I'll return with Syldor once he knows you're here. It may be a while if you don't mind waiting, but the tea will come out.
Benora, where is she?
Let me get it for you. She'd actually be very like to see both of you. She asks from time to time. She kind of brushes the little lock of hair that's fallen over her face behind her ear and smiles and darts off towards the kitchen. A few moments pass, you guys kind of sitting in awkward silence, looking about the space in your vicinity, looks to the twins. Eventually, Tavana comes out and sets tea for all of you across the central table in this meeting area. And behind her, you see, kind of clutching the edge of the skirt, you see this tiny, kind of long brown hair that is braided with braids coming undone, kind of tomboyish-looking elven girl, kind of peeks around the side of her dress and kind of hides again behind the bag. And welcome back. Sorry about that.
What a battle!
The technical aspects. We're working through it, but we got through it. Thank you for your patience. So, for the last few minutes, we're not quite sure how much you guys may have missed, but party wipe.
Okay, so John has this video cuts, critical scope, has a fan recorded footage of this part. Zoop. Only need to watch from 0 to 4:22. Okay, perfect. Perfect. I'm not big into comedy, but I don't mind when CR does it. I wouldn't mind it. I think I would enjoy this perfectly well. It's sort of like the battle royales, a bit of like. I think I would enjoy it perfectly well on a personal watch. Like, it's fine television, but it is like so sort of performative. And I know that's like sometimes a dirty word, but when I say that, I mean legitimately like it is done for the purpose of performing the action, not for like the inherent fun of it. And so I can't really compare it to home games because those aren't in front of an audience. I can't really I'm not going to super heavily critique the comedy itself. Because it feels like they're fishing for audience reactions. Yeah, which I don't actually think is a bad thing. I think that is kind of I think you can say that they're fishing or that they're playing to the audience. There's kind of two ways to lens it. And that aspect of it is probably making it a more enjoyable experience for the audience that's there. They're getting kind of this unique thing that's for them. And that's cool. But I don't have a lot to say about it. Yeah, it's not bad at all. Yeah. Kind of gets back to the meta constraints convo. Yeah, it's a bit of the meta constraints. It's a bit of this is not the traditional thing. There's a reason that I don't, I wouldn't react to a pure comedy show. Even if I do eventually do other actual plays, I really doubt that I will ever do Adventure Zone. I've listened to 7 to 10 episodes of the Adventure Zone. And even though honestly, it was more attractive to me in my exterior life in terms of what I consume off of stream, I was actually more into that style off of stream. But the things that I like offline versus the things that I like making a show about on stream are very different. They are very, very different. So I think that's the maybe not the problem, but it's the aspect of this that is kind of weird. How can they be fish without water? Usually they seem more sincere. Yeah, I mean they are this is a different thing than a normal episode, obviously they're always on a live stream, and live streams and actual plays are inherently performative. But doing it in front of an audience that is giving you visceral reaction that you can't ignore, even when they're doing it live, they can ignore the live chat, they can just turn it off. They can't ignore the reactions that are coming from the audience. And so there's an extra layer of performance that starts to go on, that I get, and I don't think is bad, but it's a very different type of thing.
She kind of looks to her mom, looks to you. Are you a warrior? What are you? She gives you a very judging glance. Okay. And she runs up to you.
Scoop her up, and I turn her away from her mom, and I bring her into a hug with her. Sister.
Hello, dear. Are you still wearing that necklace on you?
Yes. She pulls it out and shows it.
How are they treating you? Is it wonderful here? You hate it?
Boring. There's nothing to do here. They won't let us leave the
I
city.
completely understand you need to talk to your father and going back.
He won't listen to anyone.
Why won't they let you leave the city, dear?
Because it's dangerous. And they're almost ready for the war, they said.
Did they?
What? Oh, why?
Are you going to fight them?
At which point, Devon kind of spoils. My dear, Laura, let's leave that discussion for when your father comes. At which point you hear a voice across the room say, and I suppose it's time to discuss this. Everyone glances over. On the far edge of the room, you see coming out of what you assume is his study, the door partially open. The familiar, long, black hair, pale complexion, stern look that you grew up with. The man before you is the elven ambassador, Syldor.
Matt, you gotta stop.
What?
We had a program freeze.
Oh no!
This is typical, you know how it goes.
It's just like a real thing.
I brought dice!
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Wait a moment. We killed a kid.
Now we all over our faces and I have something bad.
Who's gonna be? Who wants that?
All right, guys, let us know when we're ready again. Welcome. Wonders.
Oh, well, if we're stalling.
30 seconds.
Loot crate.
30 seconds.
This is what happens when they play
No,
Galaga.
wait, stop.
We're back in 30 seconds, we good.
What were you going to
What
say?
will you do?
I was going to give the audience a present.
I love you, Sam.
But it sounds like we're about to go.
We're about to go.
No, hold on.
The next malfunction will be in 15 minutes.
You get a carpet and you get a...
Do we have that footage recorded, please, for the one day at least? Do we have the footage recorded for the archive? Do we have that footage recorded for the one day episode, please?
Yes, we'll pass it together.
Great, that's wonderful. Everything's together. You gotta lose that.
Yeah, we can.
We're at time?
Okay, I'm gonna cut you guys down. Here we go.
Okay.
All right. And it sounds like they did not have that footage. Ooh, awkward. So they did not. I feel like they didn't have the footage. Because at first he said it was a program error, which sounds like an OBS error. So I'm assuming that, okay. This is all big assumptions, but the fact that they had any footage at all probably means that they were recording in, oh God, what the fuck do I record in? MKV? Whatever format I record in. Let's see, main output. FLV. They were probably in FLV. Oh, wait, shit, am I recording in MP4 nowadays? Oh, fuck, I need to not be doing that. Dude, if OBS crashes, I lose all of the back recording. I guess it's not as bad for me. But I'm assuming that they were either recording, I mean, maybe they were recording in MP4, whatever. And it probably, whatever took down the stream also took down the recording. So they just lost the footage between when it went down. Because that would be weird if they said it was a program error. That wouldn't just disconnect them from the live stream. That would also fuck with the recording. At least I assume. That's all big assumptions based on my own setup nowadays. Weird. See, our live stream is to embarrass cry. It's just the association this has for me. Oh, I get that, Jericho. I get that. It's a weird association to see it. But especially if the footage doesn't exist anywhere. And I also think it takes on a different tone and like a different kind of ethical framework when it's not that the footage doesn't exist because Critical Role didn't want it to. It doesn't exist because it seems like they didn't have the capability for it to exist. Now, if that critter had like taken that and like posted it all ahead of time, like before they actually put out the VOD, that gets a little weird for me. But just posting that little bit of like lost footage is, I personally think is fine. I think that being in the same room as the audience makes them feel more safe that the audience is responding and that they aren't crossing any lines. Do they feel a bit more bold? Maybe. I think it's honestly hard to probably collate the extreme difference that they have. Like, I have done a lot of live performance. At this point, I've done a lot of streaming, and I've also done a non-inconsequential amount of pre-recorded content. Not as much as either of the other two, but I've definitely done it. And how I behave and like the way that my personality comes off is very different between the three. And just like the way that I act and modulate my voice. Someone was just saying this on a short the other day. They were like, your voice in like a pre-recorded short, your voice sounds really different than it normally does on live. I think it was like Mr. Multi. And I think that part of that was because I was outdoors, I was in public. So I was definitely pitching my voice differently. But it's also like my pre-recorded, like the way that my personality and persona expresses itself is very different in the pre-recorded environment than it is in the live stream environment, and way different both than how it is like doing like improv on stage in front of an audience. My personality is never different, but it expresses itself incredibly differently. I'm a very different person in front of the live audience, even though I'm the same person. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, there's like an amount of confidence. There's an amount of, what's working and what's not working. Exactly how you can get a magnitude feel for how people are reacting, because I can kind of get a magnitude feel from like the amount of chatters that are reacting to something, but it's vague at best. Like it's hard for me to tell the nuances. It's a little bit more binary in how much of a reaction I can glean from chat. Whereas in the live audience, you can say like, oh, they laughed a lot at this. They didn't laugh a lot at that. They fucking lost their minds at this. And that sort of on the ball, or that sort of in progress feedback is, I think for a performer like they all are, is going to naturally move your performance in certain directions. Yeah. So I think you could probably think about it quite a bit and come away with a lot of different things that are different, or with a lot of things that are different. And they're all probably right, because it's such a fundamentally different environment. Yeah. The colloquial take, the moral take, the legal take, rights issues are complex. They're incredibly complex. Yeah. And you can also like the moral take of like whether or not it is piracy versus the moral take on whether or not that piracy is okay. Like when does piracy become ethical? Yeah, there's an incredibly deep well of conversation that I think Legal Eagle is more prepared to have than me. Ivan Van Norman, back in the old GNS days, on one of their GM interview shows, told Matt that he attended a CR live show and the only thing he can liken it to is going to Mass. Yeah, I can see that. Mass was okay. I'm not like I'm not super religious anymore, but I do kind of miss going to church sometimes. Like being in a big room around a bunch of people that you know, kind of like you're in a community with. You're singing, which is great for your mental health. And it's also like great for like a sense of community. You're doing rituals together, which are good for like building a sense of community and belonging. Like a lot of the individual aspects of Mass are like super good for your mental health. There's like an amount of meditation when you pray. So like that's like the main thing that I kind of miss about being religious is going to church. Which like I could self-enforce those similar things, but it's just harder. It's harder when you don't have a community that's helping you enforce those things. So yeah, I can really imagine that going to a live show like this for a thing that you already participate in so often, and now you're around this community that you've joined that are doing all of the same things. They know the in-jokes. They're laughing at the same things. They know these people. They've played their games. They know their voices. Like, all of that, I can very much see it feeling a lot like that sort of together community aspect of church and of mass. Yeah. I think that's not even that hot of a take. Yeah. I can really see it. It's a different energy that just brings different outcomes. Yeah. Like you have something to bounce off of. The amount that you have to bounce off of is so much higher. Like that's why I like doing live streams more than pre-recorded, is because I have y'all to bounce off of. And a live show, the ability to bounce off of people goes through the roof. And it becomes so much more nuanced. You get so much more information as the performer to use when you're bouncing off. Whereas this, I get way less information. I still get a lot of info. I love live streaming. It's like the best of all worlds for me. Honestly, that amount of feedback is sometimes a bit overwhelming to me. So I actually like kind of the restrictions of chat. But yeah, it gives you things to bounce off of, things to respond to, even though they're not obviously talking to the audience. In some ways, sometimes they are kind of responding to them, in a similar way that I respond to you guys. So yeah, it's like the having an audience in front of you just creates an absolutely fundamentally different environment. They didn't realize how big CR was until they did the live show, since Twitch doesn't show total numbers. Yeah, absolutely. I can 100% see that. Yeah. What up, Mark? How you doing? Are we past the Goliaths? We are. This is episode 60. So Umbrasyl dead. Rakshasa has impersonated Gilmore. We are in the Feywild. We just got to Singorn. I think those are the big events recently. Yeah. Going to concert and cons and whatnot are similar, except they are mega expensive versus free church. Yeah. I think that's, I mean, if you want like a real opinion, I think it's one of the reasons that church is popular, and it is a contributing factor to religiosity in America, because there are very few free, consistent third spaces and like communities that form in third spaces besides church, especially in America. But I also think that that's kind of a thing worldwide, where churches are the most consistent third space with a consistent community. And those factors are very good for our mental health. So, like, I was talking to my sister-in-law, who is very not religious, and was, like, legitimately considering, like, joining a church and, like, going and participating in rituals that she does not believe in just for the community aspect of things. It's a factor. It is a substantial factor, I think.
We won't get into characters. No, well, for the Monday episode, we'll go ahead and make sure to splice anything that may have been missed for the past minute. But the party had come to the home of Syldor, the father of Vax and Vex. They had a brief discussion with Devana, his new wife. Were given tea after introductions, and then briefly discussed the merits of being a warrior with their half-sister, Valora Visar. And upon discussing apparently a war of some kind, Syldor made his way into the room. And you look and you see the long, dark hair of Syldor, his pale complexion, his stern face, staring back at you all within the doorway as he closes it behind him and steps into the room. You see Devana sits up now and comes over to him and says, "My dear, would you like us to leave you alone?" He goes, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Have a seat." Besides, we're all family. Well, some of us at least. He looks over to Grog.
Good day.
Good day indeed. He comes up and sits, and he's wearing long, kind of dark brown robes with gold and red embroidery on the side, but it's very kind of casual homeware. And he sits down, pulling up a chair across from you guys in this area, and takes one of the cups of tea and sips it. And you can see there's just like an intensity to his face. He's here, and he looks like he's partially inconvenienced by your presence, like he always did, but he also looks like he hasn't slept well. There's kind of some dark circles under his eyes, and he seems a little distracted for such a climactic re-meeting.
Surprise!
Surprise indeed. So, it's good to see you both. Glad you're in good health. You've come quite a ways to come and speak with me, being as we currently reside within the Feywild.
It was a little bit further than we thought we'd have to travel. Why? The presence around the city that we're seeing? We understand why you fled, but what's going on?
Look, we had the entire Fort Daxio army down here, and we were to give aid to push into the nearby mountain range, where apparently there was an influx of lizard folk. There had been a continuous problem, and apparently a drake had been seen somewhere.
Okay, so not what I thought it was going to be. Let me pull up the transcript. So what's up? Number 1, Fort Daxio. Interesting. I know that Riskel's dad was a cool guy. At least we think. With no recourse but to flee. Right. Okay, that all makes sense. We did far forward down here when we were to give aid to push into the nearby mountain range, which would be the Stormcrest, I think. Whatever mountain range Craghammer's in, I would assume. I don't know exactly where Singorn was supposed to be. I think it was supposed to be like between Westrun and Iman. In that like plains belt. Because like the geography of Tal'Dorei, to my understanding, is like mountains in the north, generally, then a little strip of forest, then a strip of plains, then the Frostweald, then more mountains, and then like a little tip of land at the end, is my general understanding of the terrain of Tal'Dorei. Which does say some interesting things about the plate tectonics, I do want to note. And not like unbelievable things. That seems like there's maybe 3 colliding plates, and that like the plates are like the middle plate is a little bit more skinny than most of ours are, which is kind of intriguing. Or it might be that it's 2 major plates and a minor plate pushing in on either the bottom or the top. Probably the bottom, since it kind of narrows in. Kind of an India situation on the bottom, and then 2 major plates pushing in on the top. Maybe. I don't know. It also could be that it's a fantasy world and doesn't involve plate tectonics. Who knows? Has YouTube chat stopped working? Okay, no, it hasn't. Good to know. That was another one where I was like, this is maybe a little bit of silence. I don't know. Singorn is to the south, I think. Interesting. I'm pretty sure that they've said generally where it is. Actually, I guess what do I have in my Singorn thing? Singorn, Keyless, Singorn Scribe, Vex and Vax's hometown. Yeah, I don't have a good placement of it on the Tal'Dorei map, but that's fine. I don't need one. But that's my general understanding of how Tal'Dorei is kind of set out. And most of the major cities that we've been to are in that kind of middle plains belt that like runs throughout the middle of the continent. So it's like Iman on the wait, which perspective are you guys at? Iman on this side, yeah, because it's flipped. So Iman on the western side, and then there's kind of a road over to Westrun, more in the middle, and then wherever they started, I think it's Stilben, is kind of more towards the east, maybe on the eastern coast. And then most of the cities that we've interacted with are kind of just off of that plains belt. I think Whitestone is like the furthest into the terrain that we've been. Because Whitestone is like firmly up in the mountains. Although it kind of has this like weird little funnel shape up to it seems. Tal'Dorei seems to be vaguely based on continental U.S. At least it gives me that impression. Yeah, the horizontal mountains aren't super U.S. relevant because the U.S.'s major mountain chains are the Appalachians, the Rockies, and the Cascades. And the Cascades and Rockies kind of meld together as the Cascades technically just stop and it's just the Rockies. And then the Rockies go down into Mexico. So it's almost like a inverted, like a sideways rotated US kind of situation. With the terrain specifically. And actually that actually kind of works. If you rotate like North America and then kind of squish it a little bit and like kind of like stretch it that way. Because we in North America, there's a big plains belt that runs vertically through the US and up into Canada and a little bit into Mexico, a little bit. And so if you kind of flipped that sideways, it's like the Rockies on top, the plains belt in the middle, and then like the Appalachians on bottom, and then kind of going into more of like a Mexico shape as it gets further down. That kind of works. You would have to like pinch off, I guess, the equivalent of the East Coast a little bit. And if you did do that rotation, then Iman would either be the equivalent of like Dallas or like Winnipeg, depending on if you rotated it to the left or right. It would either be like Dallas or Winnipeg. Probably Dallas, since it's on the coast. If you like modify, if you like mush the continent a little bit. It's weird. It's not anything that's like directly equivalent, but the lines make sense. Which makes sense to me. Iman is vaguely where LA is, if my North American geography is correct. If you ignore the rest of terrain, yes. If you just like take like the standard North America shape, then and like ignore the mountains and the plains, then yes, it is generally where LA is. Yeah. Whitestone almost on the opposite side of Tal'Dorei, just more north. Right. Yeah. It's a little bit more eastern. Yeah. I mean, as a kingdom country that has the coastline on both sides, a thing that not many countries have. That's fair. That's super fair. Yeah. That is a pretty unique thing about North America. And a lot of South America as well. Or not South America, Central America. Yeah, that is like a very uniquely Mexico, US, Canada thing. Yeah. Fair enough. Anyways. You got me talking about geography. I can talk about that all day. Oh, wait. I have to press play.
However, we had sent most of our forces into the mountain range and then received word that 3 great drakes were making their way straight from Syldor after the destruction of Iman. Knowing that, we had no recourse but to flee and prepare when it was time. Had we stood our ground, we would be the same burning crater that your fair city is now.
So you intend to go back?
What do you
You're amassing
think?
this army to go back and join the fight.
That is exactly what we're doing. The remnants of the Iman army we currently have here in the city, we've been building armor and weapons to make sure that the most sure-footed and strong of armed men and women of our fair city can make it to that battlefield and tear that beast down.
That's wonderful news.
Good. Why are you here?
We are here on a very similar range of business, to be honest.
And you are?
Ah, yes. Percival Frederick Stein von Musil-Kurowski de Rolo III of the Royal House of Whitestone, representative of man's world, here on very important business dealing with dragons. We are looking for some objects, a few things that may help us in our fight against these dragons that have attacked us. We've already made headway against them, and we've already made headway in our quest to destroy them. Any help that your wonderful city could provide would be most agreeable.
Well, we currently have all of our resources engaged in our plans of attack.
Of
There's
course.
not much we could offer you other than
If you wish to stay here within the city, we could provide a place to sleep, food, and when the time is right, you may join our ranks into the fray.
We've come to the Feywild for something specific.
We're trying to head to the Shademirk Bog.
Why on earth would you be heading to the Shademirk?
We're looking for the bow of Fenris. It supposedly lives inside of a cancerous tree.
Right. Well, good luck with that.
Well, do you think it's possible?
I think it's a fool's errand to chase a fleeting rumor into a location that is known to devour and destroy anyone who steps within its bounds, but by all means, you've always been ones seeking the darkness.
He and I are wearing fleeting rumors. That one's got one hidden up his butt.
You hear Valora chuckle. Devon's like, shh, quiet.
I want to pull Valora over and sit her in my lap.
She kind of at her mom, and she's up there, and you can see Devon kind of smile.
Wait. To include the cast yelling obscenities at Matt while the producer counted down. All right, let's see this. Let's see it. Let's see, because I did cut a skosh early. I cut a skosh early. Wait, let's see. I want to see the obscenities.
Twitter is
All right.
5, 4,
Noggin nipples.
12.
Welcome back.
What a battle!
The technical
Noggin nipples. Gotcha. I like noggin nipples more than titty twist. Or what was the other one? Illithid something? I don't remember. I like that Percy told Devana that she could call him Percival, but Syldor got the full title. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that Percy like assumes that maybe it's a petty thing, maybe it's like he's playing up his nobility. But I definitely think that Illithid syphilis, that's right. Didn't mean to. No, you're good, John. You're good. Illithid syphilis, yeah. But I think that Syldor will kind of consider him like lower class nobility. You know what I'm saying? It's like the mayor of a backwater town coming to the capital and thinking that he can talk to a duke. I don't think that's accurate to Syldor and Percy's relative stations. But I absolutely think that is how Syldor will see it. Wait.
Smiles as she does so.
Syldor, we have killed 2 of these dragons already. Nothing could please me more to hear that you are amassing forces here to go back. That is possibly the greatest thing I've ever heard you say to me.
I want to insight check him and see if he's really serious.
Do that shit. Go for it.
Him or me?
26 on him.
All right. I'd whisper, but the microphone makes it useless.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's fine. He appears tired. He appears like a lot of his attention at times been put towards something
Being
important.
a giant dick?
Possibly. But he doesn't appear to be lying or fudging the truth at all. He's just tired.
Right.
He says, look, there are a lot of pieces at work here. If you have your own path, by all means. And while I have heard of some of your exploits, and I am quite impressed, and I hate to be blunt, but it's difficult and strange to mingle family of new and old. Your presence here brings up difficult memories for me.
Oh, you poor man.
Don't worry. We're not here to look for family. That would entail some amount of investment on either our side or yours. There is clearly none. We are here to do business. Do you know where the bog is?
Yes. It's duskward of here.
Fucking shit. Well, some people go this way, and some people go that way, and some people go both ways.
It's like being on a ship forever.
I have not traversed this land extensively. I've been here working along with the heads of the city to make sure we are ready for this attack.
When do you plan to return?
A few weeks.
You're joining other armies. You don't plan to fight Thordak on your own.
Well, there is intent to join up with the remnants of the Fort Daxio force. They have not gone to him on themselves, and they currently reside camped out near where Syngorn usually is. We have a few groups that are set on the other side of the Veil in the Prime Realm, and they are keeping an eye out for this. A few scouting parties are in Imon as we speak, trying to gather intel on Thordak himself. Once we have that information and we can formulate what to expect, then we can attack.
So you're trying to go after Thordak himself. That's your first target, is Thordak?
It's currently the largest threat to our safety, our home, and our return. I don't think this is the first time a red dragon of that size has been felt. There have been ancient ages of various deaths from his people. It's not impossible, but we need to be ready.
Just a heads up, pro tip, dragons can fly.
And I take it you're their leader?
Of the dragons?
He very slowly sighs while grabbing his tea.
I've clearly lost your father. It's all right.
Well,
Intelligence is very low, Grog.
in the interest of dealing with Thordak, we are going to need access to libraries, any of your people who may know something about this bog, and accommodations befitting those of us who are titled.
As well as access to certain parts of the city. We need some items to acquire within the city before we set out.
Also, it would be nice to find shelter for those of us who are not titled.
And I had asked for an oolong tea. This is more of an Assam, I would say. Sort of a black.
This is technically what you do, though, isn't it?
Devon says, I'm terribly sorry, I didn't mean that.
No, not you. Not you.
Syldor kind of crosses his fingers together and... I can give you a letter that will grant you entry to a few of our general storehouses. However, most of you are outsiders, and others have been ostracized in their own right.
But you will respect titled entry. Those of us who are court can converse with the court.
Your title, your court, is unfamiliar with me. I doubt it will hold sway within this town, this city, this entire realm. But you speak of great importance. Are you the leader of this troop? He who brings up words of courts and titles?
For the moment, why not? I will say, I know the Feywild by reputation, and by reputation, you are known for your manners. And any kingdom should be measured by manners. That's the currency that is the easiest to come across.
Manners, by the way, are extremely effective in times of peace. This is not one of those times. However, I appreciate at least you acknowledge the way things sometimes work. So, daughter, son.
Dude, that conversation reminded me of there's a game that I used to play that I haven't played in a while. I should get back to playing. It's fun. It's called Griftlands, and it has two separate like combat modes where one of them is violent combat and one of them is like debate essentially, but they're conceptualized with the same system, like the same like battle mechanics. They just like use like different decks and different cards to represent like the attacks and such. And this really felt like one of the debates in that game. It really felt like, yeah, verbal fencing if I've ever seen it. Exactly. Like, that's the closest I can think of, or it maybe not the closest, but like the most obvious I can think of to like what social combat would look like. Which is very interesting. It makes a lot of sense for Percy and Syldor to get in that sort of repartee. Yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting. Percy the character is fun, but Percy in real life, I would not get along with. What's snobbery? Yeah, that's fair. That's very, very fair. He has fun flaws, And you know that he kind of has a heart of gold at the bottom of it, at least most of the time. He's my version of like a dick character to play. Like, I don't really love playing like evil characters or even like overly chaotic characters. Percy is definitely like, he's not fully there. He's not like, at the extreme. But he's definitely close to the end of like a character that's kind of a dick that I would still have a lot of fun playing. Yeah. That was made specifically for me. What's it called? Griftlands. Griftlands. It's awesome. Griftlands is sick. And the combat is roguelite deck building. So it is roguelike deck building. There is both like normal combat, which you can see are the red cards, and then like debate combat, which are purple and green cards. So like these two are having like a debate right now. So like, what are the cards called? The cards in the debate are like promoted trickery, head split, dogged, blacklist. All of these sorts of things. And then you have like effects on you. I think this one is like stroke of luck. This one is intimidation. And so like these effects give you like passive effects on your card plays. Griftlands is super fun. And then the combat system works exactly the same. It just has a different deck and a different set of mechanics. Or like a different set of like, it works the same. It just has different mechanics. It just has like a different deck and different like status effects, essentially. But the fundamental mechanics are exactly the same. It's super fun. Griftlands is a really, really fun game. Griftlands knows what really makes a card game tick. Yes, sir. Yes, it does. Yeah. Highly big recommend. Big recommend on Griftlands. There's a few systems that acknowledge social combat. I haven't loved any of them personally, but social combat needs to be systemized, IMO. It's tough. I go back and forth on social and like social mechanics and social combat. And we've talked a lot about it in the stream and on the Discord. And I think that social combat and like social mechanics run up into this issue that I think the mental attributes and the mental skills sometimes run up into, where like you could say that like persuasion, deception, intimidation, all of those are systematized social features, and a lot of people like them, but they do have this kind of weird issue of, okay, yeah, I can't literally get out and swing a sword, but I can talk to someone. Like, even if we're make-believing, I can attempt with my words outside of the mechanics to persuade. But I can't swing a sword. I can't do combat, no matter how hard we make pretend, and have that be like a real test of skill. And that kind of goes for like all of the mental attributes, for intelligence, wisdom. Wisdom's a little bit different because wisdom often has to do with your character's perception of the world, and thereby needs to be more systematized because you cannot literally perceive the world. So wisdom oftentimes has less of that of an issue. But systematizing social is like a extended issue of like the things that you come to with charisma skills and intelligence abilities of, should you have to take notes or can you just roll a history check or a general intelligence check? Because let's take it even a step further. If I took a note, but my character has a super low intelligence, am I allowed to use the knowledge of that note as my character, even if maybe they don't have the intelligence to remember it? It's tough. It's tough. And it's like, on one hand, the mechanization of it helps bridge gaps that you might like It helps bridge a gap where you want to play a character that is really suave and smooth talking and maybe you're not that in real life. Social mechanics, social combat could help bridge a lot of those gaps. But I think that any truly good social combat system would have to contend with real life abilities. Like, it would have to contend with, does the DM legitimately find your argument convincing? So I almost think any good social combat would have to be somewhat modal. It would have to have, like, several optional rules or optional mechanics for different players and different tables to engage with that maybe require maybe some sort of detriment, but your real life argument doesn't matter as much. Or maybe you can take a mode where your real life argument matters more, but your mechanics matter less. I think any true social combat system would have to address it. I don't even know how they would, but I think they would have to address that because I think that's the main pushback against things like social combat. Is that I want my roleplay to just be roleplay. I want to just have to convince them with my words. I don't want to have dice rolls determine that. Which is, some people don't like persuasion already, and deception and intimidation and all that. Some people already don't like those for that reason. But I would really like to see it done. I would really like to see it done. I really, really wish that there was one that I really liked. Yeah. Griftlands is indeed awesome. Fuck yeah. Abria's D20 season called A Court of Fae and Flowers. Ooh, that's interesting. That's very, very interesting. Draw Steel has a negotiation mechanic, but it's different from combat. Having it use the same mechanic sounds great. It's awesome. It's straight up so sick. Griftlands is awesome. BitD approaches it, but BitD is a generally very low system. Like, it's a very rules light system. So it's hard to even call it, like, fully mechanized, fully systematized, because Blades in the Dark is already so light on those sorts of things. But in Blades in the Dark, social and combat and exploration all use the same system. And I do like Blades a lot for that. That is one thing I really like about Blades, but it does remove some of the depth from combat. Like the combat, rather than making skills as deep as combat, they made combat as shallow as skills, which, you know, you could take or leave, or, you know, it'll depend. I guess most of the systems I'm thinking of are either third-party or option rules. I can't think of a TTRPG. Yeah, TTRPGs are not LARPs. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Talking can be combat. Just look at Ace Attorney. Yeah, Ace Attorney has a great talking combat system. But Ace Attorney, I think, would be harder to roleplay in. And if you want to actually make a true argument as Ace, you can't. So there absolutely are ways to make talking combat, but it is hard to put those sort of systems into a TTRPG where roleplay is such a huge factor. I think that's at least my take on, like, why there's kind of this friction. Mapamundi, I'm not sure if it mechanicizes social, but its tagline is "Leave your sword at home." Ooh, wait, TTRPG heavily focused on exploration. I'm not going to check it out during this stream. I just want to put it up. Mapamundi. Is any medieval European map of the world? Wait, Mapamundi TTRPG. Mapamundi, an exploration ecology RPG? This sounds like my kind of shit. I'm putting that on the I'm putting that on the look at later. That sounds like my kind of shit. I have for a long time wanted an exploration-based TTRPG, I'm going to look into that. Yeah. It's a fundamental problem where social stuff could be charisma skill checks, but DMs push for their players to be charismatic when they don't ask you to do a flip at the table to pass dex skill checks. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that sort of ask is something that a lot of players want. And I think that it's a fundamental divide within what people want out of a TTRPG, where some people want their DMs to require them to be charismatic. I know, I don't know if I don't want to put like words in G. Hercub's mouth, but it seems like G. Hercub would be on that sort of wave. Brennan Lee Mulligan, similar wave, I think, where they want the role play to really impact the result, if not replace the result altogether. But a lot of players don't want that because they want to be able to play characters that have social skills that are different from their own. And if that's the case, your roleplay is never going to be able to replicate the fantasy of what you want out of your character. You need the mechanics to bridge that gap. Which is why I come back to, I think any truly robust system for it would have to be modal in some way. Would have to allow players to emphasize or de-emphasize roleplay somehow. I don't fucking know how they would do that, but yeah. Mechanically, social and physical combat are very similar, but the outcomes are wildly different. Yeah. Often wildly different. Yeah. Griftlands is awesome. That's the fucking long and short of it. Griftlands is sick. Yeah. Megaphone man mode activated. Oh my god, I will be looking into that RPG. You bet your patootie. One of my GMs is sometimes too harsh on requiring specific arguments in a charisma check. If we can't make an argument that at least makes sense to the NPC, then it won't go through. Yeah. Which, again, some people want that, but a lot of people don't. I think you need to. It's right now. It's very much a tone at the table sort of discussion on like figuring out what the DM's like, what the players like, and like meshing that as close as you can get to each other. And if you were to mechanicize social in any way, you would have to keep that in mind. You'd have to, I think. Yeah. Since we were giving some game recommendations, The Quiet Year. I've played The Quiet Year. I've played The Quiet Year on stream. A long time ago. I think either right around the time that I started Critical Eyes, or maybe slightly before. I did a show called DM Live, and the end of that was us playing The Quiet Year. Quiet Year's sick. I actually have a game idea based on The Quiet Year that is like similar in scope. But yeah, Quiet Year's sick. I love it. Imagine having to run on water IRL because you play a monk. Yeah, exactly. Things like how to handle social checks have to be discussion in session 0. They have to, yeah. Because there are two immensely different ways to handle it that are, I don't even want to say mutually exclusive, but like they are specific. And if people are not on the same page about it, it can be jarring. Yeah. My solution to that kind of thing would be make an insight to figure out how you might convince them, but that adds an extra barrier for less IRL charismatic, insightful players. Yeah, and it makes more of a mad issue. And when I say that, I mean multi-attribute dependent. So if you are not charismatic, but you want to play a charismatic player or character, you now also have to play an insightful character, which is a totally different attribute, requires different proficiencies. So, I mean, but to be clear, I don't think that's like a bad solution. I don't think that's, off the table. But it definitely, that solution requires more attributes. So if you were doing that sort of system, you might need to give out more ASIs or have the point distribution system be slightly higher at the beginning. It'd be tough. It's a balancing act in every situation. The quiet game also looks good. It's great. Yeah. Wild Sea is another fun exploration RPG. Ooh, Wild Sea. Okay. Post-apocalyptic ship maintenance. That also sounds fun. Okay, not to cast any shade at past recommendations. I feel like people are starting to understand more of what I'm into. Because these are some of the best recommendations yet. And I think that's just because people are starting to understand the things that I like more. Yeah. I see that as rewarding player investment. I think that's fair. I think that's a decent way to try and combine the two. And I think that a modal social challenge could involve something like that, but players could maybe passively lower the DC of all social, but their real life argument doesn't affect the DC, or they can choose to have a passively higher social difficulty that they're going up against, but their real life roleplay can have more of a lowering effect. That's sort of what I mean when I say modal, and that would be something that each player could choose, or maybe the entire table would have to choose when running those social combat mechanics. Maybe. I don't know. I think that would be the direction to go with it, at least. Yeah. Maybe get advantage if you bank an IRL. Good argument. Yeah, I think that sort of thing, giving an in-game benefit, but that is still a particular tone. If you decide on that right now, that is not going to work for every table. Because some tables will want more or less reward. Some tables won't want any reward. Some people won't want it to be based on the argument at all. So I think that any social combat would have to have multiple options for that. They would have to have 6 options for how what reward a good argument gives you. And then you would go from there, anyways.
What else do you need of me?
Honestly,
Need
nothing.
or want anything from you.
Yet you still came to my home.
Oh, well, yeah. We got what we wanted, which is access to the city.
We're not here to be friends or to rekindle anything, but it seems like we want the same thing in a roundabout way. We want to end these dragons. We want to return the world to what it once was. Any help you can give in spite of our past, in spite of all the bullshit between us, will be appreciated by more than just she and I.
We know you have no love for us, but think of those you do love. And I hug Valora. Don't you want to make her safe?
That's exactly what I intend to do. If you wish to help in that, then so be it. I'll pull what I can within the city. Just leave me to my business, please. You see for a moment there, for all the facade, all the front that he puts up, that strong distance facade, you see the fatigue break through, and there's a dark heartbreak. This is a greater threat than we've ever faced in our lifetime. And many of those in the city have lived quite a while. We have to do things right. Don't be foolish. Too many lives have been lost at the hands of these dragons. Some closer than others.
Do you know of anyone that has traversed more of the Feywild, that would know of what we might expect?
The one who's seen it the most with the High Warden. I could probably get you passage to see her, but you're going to be heavily guarded.
All right.
You guys do know it's the High Warden. Tirelda is her name, and she is actually of the bloodline of Yanlara, who founded Sigorn centuries ago.
Transcript. Tal'Dorei, she's in the bloodline. They found us. Okay. Perfect. Got all that.
She currently is essentially the de facto leader, though it's more of a interim republic. She is the final decision maker on most of Singorn's political and social endeavors. Would that suffice?
Twill.
Twill.
Good day.
Good day.
Curious manners, your
They are curious little mortals, are they not? Little humans. Okay, let's take a quick break. I realized that the break reminder I accidentally turned off. Dang it. So we need to take a break. And rest my voice. We blew through the talking budget somehow. I say somehow like I don't know. And we will be right back. Maybe go and meet Terelda. And actually, wait, before I go. It is interesting. Oh, and I think Sarah might actually be commenting on it. Let's see. This is an example of something that bugs me with D&D scenarios and video games. An NPC doesn't take action or even blocks your action despite knowing of extreme danger. The NPC but plays difficult or reticent because the party needs obstacles. Okay, so that is parallel to what I was going to say. It is, I think, in this situation. I think this situation is interesting because they do have the same goals, right? In this case, they both want to take down the Chroma Conclave, but they are going about it in different ways, which I think is pretty real. And there is an aspect, you see this a lot in more apocalypse type stories, which this is. You see this aspect of don't waste resources. So I think that there can be interesting and good drama derived from, yes, we both have the same goal, but we have differing methodology and like different ways that we're going about it. And that in and of itself can be a source of conflict. And it might even result in one side wanting to block the action of another so that they don't waste resources on what you view as an ineffective method. You know what I'm saying? And in this case, especially if he's heard about their exploits, he knows that they have killed Umbrasyl. If he does, I don't know. These are very useful resources. Incredibly useful. And there is an aspect of they are going to put themselves and anything that they have already accrued in pretty substantial danger. And that is annoying. Like, obviously he doesn't have them yet, so he can't actually block them from going to do it. But yeah, I mean, Theshel, you're getting towards what I'm getting at. Go kill yourselves in the Shade Merc if you want, or you could join our forces and help us. He probably really wants them to help him, but he also has some flaws. Asking for help, not a big old tough guy trait. Asking for help is not something they're famously good at. And I think to him, it is annoying that from his perspective, they are going to chase after a fairy tale in the land of fairies, I guess. They're going to chase after a figment of their imagination, potentially risking themselves and anything that they have done. And he can't actually stop them from doing that. And that's fucking annoying. They are throwing away potentially the solution to Thordak. Like, he knows what's at stake, and if they just joined with him, in his mind, they would have that is their best shot at killing Thordak. Fenthros is a rounding error. It's much more going to be much more impactful if they just join forces, the army with these incredibly powerful individuals. And so them taking unnecessary risks can be a substantial source of conflict when resources are so limited and the threats are so large. Now, I think it can be seen as very flawed behavior, the way that he's going about it, but that's also not a bad thing. It's annoying from our end because it's like, dude, get over yourself. Put away your pride for a second. But it seems like Syldor has a fuckload of pride. I don't think that's happening. But yeah, I can see it, but it needs to come from a believable place by the sucky person. I think it is. And that's kind of what I mean is I think to me it is a believable place of the person does not want them to do this because they are potentially wasting resources. He wants them to join him, but he can't force them to do either, especially with how powerful they are. I can see making a headcanon for this CR scenario. I'm just complaining about the general game problem. It makes the hand of GM too visible in the game. I think what I'm saying is, beyond headcanon, this is an established, like, storytelling device. Like, this actual mode of conflict of two people sharing a goal, but not sharing methodology, and one person absolutely getting annoyed. I mean, in a lot of, like, zombie apocalypse scenarios, you will even see, like, people that have the same goals try to kill each other because they are wasting precious food. Like one person views the other one as wasting food, and it is better to kill someone that even has your same goals in mind than to let them do further harm to the rest of society. Even from a movie I watched recently, same general reason that it's the same general vibe as the chief not killing the Night Fury, Toothless, in How to Train Your Dragon, is because and that's even in a case where they have, like, diverging goals, but he can use it to achieve his ultimate goal, you know, and he locks up Hiccup even though they ostensibly have the same goals because they're going about. He views Hiccup as going about it the wrong way. So much so that he has basically joined the dragon's side because he's going about it in such the wrong way. And obviously, you know, the movie ends happy much later. Wait and watch. This goes some places. I mean, I will watch, but I'm also going to talk until the cows come home. Because just based on what we've seen, that is still my opinion of this general plot construction. Now, if this turns out to not be that plot construction, then I'll update my opinion. But right now, that's how I view it. And future knowledge will not change my view right now. This should be one of those times that Maya talked about that we join forces to stop the tangent to make him take a well-needed break. I'll take a break right now. And I'll be right back. All right. Hello. What's up? What's up? What's up? I'm back. Can't keep me down. Can't keep me away. But let's get into it.
Your friend. Ian takes his tea and pours another cupful and leans back in his chair. 2 dragons you say you've killed.
That's right.
More than that, isn't it?
Of the conclave.
Of the conclave, we've killed 2.
Which ones?
Umbrasil. And Umbrasil also.
Blitzen.
Blitzen. Also no other one. It was General Krieg.
Yeah, that one.
The blue one.
And then we've also killed a white
You
one.
know, we thought so little of him, we didn't even remember his name.
Brimskype?
Brinsight. That's the one.
But also, we
Daddy.
respect him enough to learn his name.
Well, your story has charm. I have to admit, I have gotten word of at least one dragon felled on the other side.
I pull out a dragon's tooth from Umbrasil out of my pocket and I just toss it to him. That's the result of the doings of your children. You should be very proud.
I am proud. I am proud. But the city lives differently. Understand the difficulty that your presence puts upon our family with you being here. I mean no disrespect. And it's fine in this trying time. But while you too may have undergone much ridicule in your youth, I saved you from the brunt of it.
You. Headphones, dear. You fucked some random woman in a city you passed through. And you expect us to feel sorry for you?
You should have left us to
You
be with
pulled
our
us
mother
away
when
for-
she died.
For nothing. Why pull us away from her if you had no love? We would have been happy with her.
Because I had hope that you would be worth more, given that you had my blood in your veins, than to waste away in some small hovel.
If I could pull the blood of you from my veins and give it back, I would. I want no part of you.
There are many things we wish for, but we have no choice but to take what we are given and make the best with what we have. Even with this rift, there is still a part of me that cares for you both, and is genuinely happy that you live, and that you rise, and that you prove what the rest of these fools in this city said you were incapable of. Yes, I am prejudiced, but I still fight it every day. And I'm not going to lie. Every time that my daughter, your half-sister, laughs and plays stealthy Vax and Vex on her own, it makes me smile. You inspire others outside of our city walls with your doings. I think that's rather large of you. As foolish and as damned deadly as some of these endeavors may be, you inspire. That's more than I've done in my lifetime. So, care not what I think. Care not how your mother died. Just avenge it. For both of us. Show your little sister that you can rise up and destroy whatever comes in your way.
Sorry, the fucking dog scared me. It's all about his pride for him. I mean, I think that Matt has constructed a character. You're talking. Yeah, I mean, to be clear before I say anything more, I don't think he's like redeemable. I don't think he's like a good dude. But I do think that Matt has constructed more than just a character to hate. Like I think that you can see the warring parts of him, and he is still, at the end of the day, an ick dude. But he is actively trying to break the cycle. I thought you'd be worth more with my blood in you. No, I think that was a compliment. Like he said, I thought you'd be worth more than with my blood in you than to waste away in that hovel. Yes, it's ultimately about him because he is very clearly like an elf supremacist. Everyone in the city is. But like that was not saying you did not live up to the worth. In fact, the later in that, it is like you actually went beyond the worth. So he was saying that because that was in response to why didn't you leave us with our mother? And he's saying I didn't leave you with her because I thought you were worth more than wasting away in that hovel. Again, obviously it's about him, but that wasn't like an insult to them. I'm not as racist as the other is in towns. Still immensely disrespectful. She was their actual parent. I honestly don't have a good concept of like the actual timeline of their raising. So I don't know how to evaluate how good or bad of a choice it was for him to take them. Because like it might have been the practically correct choice in like a CPS sort of sense. And I think that is the big dimensionality that I'm seeing within Syldor is a really big practical streak where it seems like for almost his entire life, he has held incredibly deep elf supremacist views. But Vax and Vex, just through like living their lives and like what they have done and what they have accomplished, is giving those beliefs pause. Like it is actually impacting this not only deeply held personal views, but these cultural views that he is constantly surrounded with. To the point where he's calling the rest of the city fools for how they treated Vax and Vex. And he is happy when he sees his full-blooded daughter imitate them. So I don't think he's ever gonna be a good person. I don't think he's ever gonna be a good dude that should be aspirational. But I do think that there is an amount of dimensionality other than he's bad and icky. To me, it very much comes off as someone who has had a lot of deeply held prejudice, and his children are making him like reconsider and potentially break that prejudice. Is how I am interpreting it. He's like, I'm not as racist. I mean, it seems like he is demonstrably not. But still incredibly so. Yeah. And this also, when we talk about like elf supremacy and racism in D&D, you guys have heard me talk about it before. I don't like comparing fantasy racism and supremacy to real world racism and real world supremacy. Because when we take a look at this, elves outlive humans by like 8-1. Like 8 human generations pass over the course of one elf generation. They are fundamentally different beings with different views on time and culture and like what is important. All elves, every single one of them, can naturally cast magic. Can naturally cast cantrips. They are incredibly different, so I don't want to say I like give it a pass, but I don't like the magnitude of its badness doesn't hit as much as if this was like a real world person that held similar views about real world races. Those are very different things. And so it's tough to evaluate his badness based on that. Now, the parenting thing and like the way that he went about their childhood and him fucking a random woman and all that and like leaving the mother you had no love for, like that is all really stuff we can base our stuff on. It is still twinged by the race thing, but I mean, obviously another member of the party engaged in that sort of shit, so I don't know, it's tough. It reminds me of a scene in The Good Place when a character is confronted with finding out their neglectful parent is actually great to their later child. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. And there's still and that doesn't make them good. And it doesn't excuse what they did to you. But it does put some dimensionality on them, you know? God, I feel like I'm in a therapy session. Oh God, I'm saying things my therapist has said to me. God, I forgot to put my ringer on mute. I normally am better about that. What I gather about the cartoon, they were living with him from about 10 to 15. I see. So they lived like the first 10 years with their mom, and then she was dying. So he came to pick them up, essentially, to come and live with him when she was dying. I see. Yeah. And that is an incredibly complicated event because like I know for sure, like from what they said, she was like, you should have let us be with her while she died. And that's just incredibly real. Like, that's not something that I'm going to judge his character super harshly on because that's like a real shit complicated event of like one parent dying and them having to go and live with a parent that they don't like as much or that they don't have a connection to. And it's like, what would have been best for them? I don't know. I'm definitely not a child care expert. But like I have an inclination towards it's better for them to grow up in a household than on the streets at 10 years old. I don't know. It's very tough. I can also see a comparison to Guardians of the Galaxy 2, Peter's dad, although he's also wants to commit genocide, so that's a little bit different. Syldor does not seem to be trying to wipe out humanity. But I can see the comparison. But he also attributes part of their success to himself, so it's kind of weird. They were fools to disregard his progeny type of thing. I agree with you, and I do think that is a negative bent on his character. He does seem to ascribe some of their success and some of their abilities, but he also freely admits that they've achieved more than he ever has. So it's definitely, I would call it, dimensionality. Because it's not a clean cut good or bad thing. It's At least I think. Yeah. I've interpreted the difference in parenting that his mother was loving and poor and he was neglectful and rich. He might be better in the eyes of DCFS, but not in the eyes of the children. Absolutely. The perception, and to be clear, God, I want to throw my phone in a volcano. I want to watch the silicone burn into the atmosphere. I want to take a hammer and grind each atom of the circuit board into dust. I hate my fucking phone. Have we established that I'm an incredibly offline person with severe ADHD that is incredibly distractible? I hate this thing. Anyways. I don't blame Vex and Vax for having this opinion of him an ounce. I absolutely think that like the actions of your parents can come off very differently to you as a kid. And that like neglect, like there's so many complicating factors to the situation. Did they have somewhere they could have stayed in the mortal realm, but Syldor? No. Syldor. Like, did they have like an aunt or someone that they were going to go and live with that was also poor? And he just said, no, you're going to come and live with me rather than in this loving home. That's incredibly different. So it's an incredibly complicated situation. Yeah. I like the twins aren't resentful towards Valor or anything. Yeah, it's fucking awesome. It's really cool, I think. Me and my wife never call 5e races because that implies they're far more similar than they are. That's why I do not mind the switch to species in 5.24. I don't mind species at all. I understand it doesn't sound fantasy. I'm down for other things, lineages, origins, whatever. But yeah, I think that race draws an incorrect comparison. Elves are fucking fae. Yeah, elves are fae. Absolutely. I think it's an okay subject to tackle as long as it's done respectfully, but comparing them is not a good thing. It still is a thing. Like, it still is a bad thing. It's just not comparable. I think that's the ultimate thing, is that it is so uncomparable that like it's still a factor that you can include in your stories, and it still does say something about characters. But it should be in no way compared to the real world, yeah. Well, actually, species are gets the hook. Yeah. Plays with the theme of Oh, wait. Oh, gosh. Do actual vast innate differences justify racism? And I'd say no. But also what makes fantasy racism a bad allegory? Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. It's a bad allegory. It can still be an interesting construct and conceit, sort of a trolley problem-esque, like how different do they have to be? Because obviously, while I love Bird and I love my pets, we obviously do not treat animals broadly with even an ounce of the respect that we show to other humans, because they're different species. Animals we keep in zoos, like those are different species. So I think that there is an interesting amount of like trolley problem, like how different do they have to be before you can start treating them differently? I think that's an interesting question, like moral question, but it's not an allegory at all. It's not maybe. No, I'm not even gonna say that because it's not. Yeah. I want to make a correction, but I don't know if it's a spoiler. That is a tough part. I know that that's a tough part about this general conversation. Probably check with spoilers chat, because I know that might be an issue here. Yeah. The way I'm reading Syldor is as a person who can't show things emotionally, which makes him one of those parents who can only show love or pride by providing. I can see that. I can totally read that. And that's I guess what I want to get at the heart of here is I think it's super fair to read Syldor as an ick guy. I think you can take all of these factors and be like, ew, he sucks. he really badly sucks. I don't like him. He's terrible. He sucks. I think that's a very fair conclusion to come to. But I also think that he sucks in some real ways. In some like ways that real people suck, and those real people are not always people that you just like strictly cut out or that you strictly avoid. He's a little bit more complicated, even if he does absolutely suck. Yeah. I think she was still alive when he took them, but then they ran away from him and found her dead. Oh. Yeah, maybe we may be touching into spoiler territory. No worries. These aren't that, not huge if it is. But do either check to see if there's an episode. I think there's like a transcript website. Either check to see if they've said it in an episode or check with spoilers chat. Mom did not have a random dying disease. Village was attacked while the twins were already taken away. So, arguably, if it was in the backstory videos, we're good. Arguably, he saved their lives. But that's tough. That's really that places a ton of guilt on them. That is the that's the fucking Aaron Burr from history, but also I think more specifically from Hamilton. I think that Burr was flattened, but also given like very discrete dimensionality in Hamilton. That obviously he was a real person. But in Hamilton, it's like, why does everyone die? Why am I the only one to survive? He has a lot of guilt and places a lot of guilt on himself for being the one to outlive everyone else. And I think that the twins could very much have a similar complex of, it was our destiny. We should have died with our mother. You robbed us of what should have happened. Which is a whole other thing to unpack in the twins' therapy. Yeah. Yeah. Personally, Syldor works excellent for me because he's clearly got some kind of conscience about it, but he keeps not committing to the right things, so it hits harder than him being a two-dimensional dick. Yeah, I definitely think he's a three-dimensional dick, because he definitely is a dick. But I think it's good to note that he's a three-dimensional dick. And that's why I wanted to say at the beginning, I'm not even coming close to trying to defend him. Honestly, he hits a little close to home for me. Imply from that what you will. So I think I have a lot of emotions about it. But it's definitely, it's an interesting three-dimensional character. If you're looking at trying to make, sometimes two-dimensional dicks are cool. Like, not every character in D&D has to be some three-dimensional complex thing. Oh my god, there's a fucking hair stuck somewhere. Not everything has to be like that. But it's a good example of, I think, a three-dimensional, not even like a villain, just like an almost negative force, you know? I think Matt likes to make abusers/toxic characters that make the success of the victims a reflection of their own glory or power. It's a manipulation tactic that Matt likes to deploy. I mean, it's real. It's very, very real. Yeah. He would end his phone by throwing it into the raging fires of Shalahalalan. Yeah, I would. I wish I could. So Syldor takes credit for V and V's success despite the emotional trauma he put him through. He simultaneously takes credit for it, but also acknowledges that it's more than he could have ever done, which again feels very real. And is a very complex state of thought. And is very interesting. And, you know, Raging volcanic fires of Shelion, Glory Hammer. I'd argue zoos are also a bit immoral, but I get your point. No, I think that's exactly my point. Is like where is your personal morality line? Like, I think there can be a very distinct argument that zoos are immoral, but they are still a prominent feature of our society. So society at large does not consider them immoral or immoral enough, which is an even deeper complexity to this. Of maybe society at large would agree that they're immoral. I don't know if they would. But are they immoral enough to get rid of them? Which, zoos are essential for conservation, at least Martin's a fair argument. You can have, I know that there's a similar conversation happening around trophy hunting in the UK with, not Ethiopia. But there's a similar trophy hunting conversation about conservation efforts and how they relate to trophy hunting. I mean, all of these are incredibly interesting angles on this sort of conversation. But I think the thing that we really need to stray away from, or at least be incredibly careful about, is what type of allegory they present. Like, what are we supposed to take away from it? There's the Taliesin clip that someone posted in Critical Role, no spoilers, of Taliesin talking about, like, the metaphor is broken, right? So, like, you can have interesting and complex questions and moral debates, I guess, within your D&D games, but you have to make really careful sure that they aren't sending the wrong allegorical message, like just one that like doesn't work, and that the metaphor doesn't break, because it can very easily do that in D&D. If you guys haven't seen it, it's in the Discord. Shameless plug. In Critical Role, no spoilers. You can also just probably look it up. Let's see. Taliesin, where are you at? My friend. Oh, maybe it isn't in here. It might be in content suggestions. Tal. Gave some vibes. Taliesin definitely confirmed. Oh, maybe. I also just realized I was skimming my eyes. I think that was giving me results from spoilers. So I'm really glad that I did not intake any of what I just saw. Whew, that was a little scary. Fucking sweating. But yeah, basically there's a Taliesin clip from a convention, if I can't find it, where he talks about this concept of breaking the metaphor being broken. That is, I think, incredibly useful for considering this sort of thing. Yeah. Confirmed better Discord based. Phew. Yeah. Oh, it was giving. Okay, good. Yep. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Oh my god, that was I'm glad I didn't intake any of that. You saw something in the spoilers channel. We were all like, what? Scary. I'm sweating. Okay, that's good for me to know. I've never tried to search for something in the Discord before. I don't often need to, honestly. So I just won't. It's fine. Whew, that was scary. Oh, man. I wonder if you could make a plugin to stop it. Probably. I don't need to search that badly. I just didn't know that would do that. Crazy. It was in Things to Review. Wherever that is. Yeah. You can also search, if you have to do it right. Got it. Okay. Anyways, if you want to watch the video, you can find it. Just look up like Taliesin Jaffe broken metaphor, or the metaphor is broken, and you'll find it. I was playing Hogwarts Legacy. I had the exact issue about the game giving the wrong moral message. It really distracted me because the game is meant for kids. Biggest cognitive dissonance ever. Yeah, I mean, it's an ever-present problem in fantasy. Like, I think that the good example of it is like Tolkien's environmental messaging. I don't think that the metaphor breaks within the Lord of the Rings environmental messaging. I think that the metaphor stays consistent. It is well encompassing. It uses the magic and the fantasy races to provide not even the correct allegory, because you can have your own opinion on that. I think it's the correct allegory, but it provides the intended allegory. Whereas a lot of times in fantasy you can run into, I think Taliesin gives the example of True Blood, I believe, where vampires are a metaphor for gay people, and it doesn't work at all. It might be another vampire show. It might not be True Blood. But yeah, that's the thing that I always, I like to bring up occasionally, especially when we have these sorts of characters and these sorts of situations, is you want to be careful not to break the allegory or not to break the metaphor. Because that will make your allegory different than what you intended. Because that's the big thing. It's not necessarily that the allegory breaks. It's that your metaphor breaks, which then fucks up your allegory and makes it something that you did not intend for it to be. Or maybe it makes it revealing. Ugh, who knows? I've never heard of True Blood in my life. That's insane. Oh, yeah. Don't take it to the bank that it's True Blood. It's some vampire show. I don't remember exactly what, but there is a vampire show that clearly was making vampires a metaphor for gay people, and it didn't work at all. Yeah. Baldur's Gate 3 is in the media that has come the closest to shaking me from my stance of if vampires were real, all vampires need to die. I can see that. Yeah. Yeah. I remember it, and he references True Blood. Oh, it is True Blood. Okay, yeah. Deborah Ann Wool's in it. Oh, is she? I didn't know that. But yeah, fantasy can be an incredibly effective tool for incredibly meaningful metaphors and allegories. It can be one of the greatest tools ever conceived to communicate those things. But it can also very easily break and slip into unintended allegories. So he's got to be careful.
Hate me all you want.
Oh, scroll back to the Thordak comment. Thordak. What the fuck? Okay, my chat actually isn't letting me scroll back. What the fuck? You might have to repost it because my chat client is being weird. I actually might. That's going to be a problem if it keeps behaving like that. I might just need to chat. Yeah. In general, I can't always scroll back to things, or it becomes hard. So if there's something you want me to re-see, probably just repost it, because sometimes the chat clients behave oddly. We proved in C-141 that we learned that Thordak attacked the Twins' mother city. Oh, right. I do remember that. Okay, cool. And hey, that's why I don't, when I see a potential spoiler, I'm not going to be too hard on it, because I know that they may not just be like going through all the steps of showing me that it's not a spoiler. So that's why I'm chill. But okay, cool. In LGBT see themselves in vampires often, but a direct allegory is just too messy if it's preachy. Yeah. It's yeah. I think we're at a good place, and my talking budget is so blown out that there are more things I want to say, but I need to hold myself back.
It's only half scorn from me. I live with my regrets. I tried to bring you up right, but that upbringing was not right for you. And by the time I tried to return you, it was too late. I'm sorry. That's all I can say. Tavana goes, anyone want any more tea? Oolong, you said. Yes.
Come up for air, make a little joke.
And she leaves awkwardly.
Just so you know, what they did against the dragons was like incredible. Like all of the rest of us were like, oh, we're dying. We don't have anything we can do. And they came in and they're like, kill, stab.
Percy! No, don't die.
What are you doing?
I'm being blood out of your jugular. Just go with
And they
it.
came in, they killed them all. And like, it's the only reason we're alive.
It's
really.
true. It's
very
true.
true.
Vax
Yeah.
wanted to go inside the dragon. I was like, no.
Yeah.
No, let's do it. Cut his way out. Went back and saved me. Crazy.
That does indeed sound quite crazy.
I mean, the balls on this one.
Let's be honest. Grog.
Well, and yeah. And this is, and yeah. Ooh. I shouldn't get back into the well of conversation, but I can see it reminding you of this. And that is, I think, there's a potential metaphor there, and how much, and no, it's fine. I have like one thing to say about it, because it's more of a continuation, is this is also the reason we have to be careful about metaphors in our games, is because depending on how they are constructed, they can say different things to different people. Maybe Matt intended for that to like be how this speaks to people. I could see it. But it might not have been. That might have been, that's a serious topic and tone. And not as much of a like the only reason that I'm pretty familiar with it is because I follow Canadian politics, which a lot of Americans don't. But it's like not really like a news talking point thing in America. So I would hazard a guess that Matt did not intend for that to be the metaphor, but I can very much see that. And so it can be, it's easier at home games when you're generally, in the same areas, exposed to similar things. It's easier to know how your players might take certain things. And that's another reason that, if we're being real, actual plays, especially like a campaign long actual play, give me fucking hives. The idea of my intended metaphors being taken differently, and I'm not going to say out of context, being taken differently, very reasonably differently by people in other areas of the world that have other experiences. That is something where I don't accidentally want to like give sympathy to a person or a topic that is terrible elsewhere. When I maybe had a different intended metaphor in mind. So yeah, that's one of the reasons that actual plays freak me out, and I will probably never do a campaign long one. I want to do one shots, but I will probably never do a campaign long one, so that I can be much more precise and really like think about and research any potential metaphors I plan on putting in. Yeah. It was also a thing in the US. Yes. And that's why I want to phrase it specifically. It's not as much of a news talking point. Not going to say that's not a positive thing. And that's not saying anything about the reality of what happened. But it's recently in Canada. It's been like very in the news, and very talked about over the last couple of years in Canada. Indigenous Australian, so I picked up on it, but most people probably won't. Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things that, again, can be nice about playing at a home table. Of you can all tell stories that you relate to. But it's also something we need to be careful about at home tables, especially if we play with a diverse group of players. You definitely need to be careful as a DM about considering your players' experiences, because they very much might take something in a different way that is very reasonable, incredibly reasonable, because I really do see the parallels to what you're talking about. It is, yeah, I really see it. But I think that also reasonably, Matt probably didn't intend it that way, or maybe he did. I don't know. So it's something that we have to be extra cautious of as DMs, to keep our players' experiences in mind.
Yeah. Lord
both
Grog,
have-
peanut butter of strong jaw. I have titled.
I'd say they've both proven to have more balls than most of those in our city.
Look, we're never going to be a happy family.
No, that is right.
But if you want to make reparations, help us on our path. It will only help you on yours.
And he stands up from his chair and walks his way back to his study and closes the door behind him.
Well, fuck. Guess he's not into us now.
I thought we weren't getting in a fight.
Lord
No,
Grog,
this
peanut
is good.
butter.
This is good.
Do you want me to take a dump somewhere?
Not yet.
Oh,
I will.
headphones starting.
Oh, sorry.
She kind of pulls your hand down and goes, "Take it down."
No!
Oh, God.
I like him.
It's gnomish. It's
I like
gnomish.
it.
Doesn't mean the same thing.
Did you...
She's now transfixed on Scanlan.
Don't tell your mother I said that.
Darling, he
It was
takes
him.
blue sparkly booze.
Blue sparkle booze? Can you teach me?
Take a break.
I'm not asking if we got blueberries. She gets up and runs off to the kitchen. A few minutes pass.
God damn, I talked straight through another break period. Fuck. Okay. We're gonna focus in. We're gonna focus in. I'm not gonna talk a lot. Hopefully nothing else interesting that I have a lot to say on happens. Fuck. We're only at 4 hours. Can you not turn on the auto reminder? Did you ignore it? Oh, no, it just played. Oh, could you guys not hear it? I just heard it. But yeah, I did. The auto reminder just played, which is why I'm saying, so sorry. When I say the break period, I mean, like, I basically talked the entire hour between breaks. So quick break. Quick, speedy, fast. and then we'll come back. But quick, speedy, fast break. Get water. Hydrate or dihydrate. I'll be right back. Up. Nothing else happens in this episode. We'll see about that. I am thankful. Oh, thank God it's only 2.5 hours. We'll have plenty of time to catch up.
Pass, and Devonna comes back out holding the tea on the cart and goes, "Who taught my daughter to say blue sparkly poo?"
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that like a swear word?
Velora.
That's weird. You should really
bad?
control the people in this city from talking about that.
She got it at preschool.
So many soldiers everywhere.
Velora, go to your room.
I've never heard a soldier say, "Oh, blue sparkly poo." I feel like she didn't get that from a soldier.
You've never really been in war, have you?
The door opens from the far study, and you see Syldor walk back in, holding what looks to be a rolled up piece of paper with a seal on it. He heads over and kind of tosses it onto the table. That will grant you passage through the city. That'll grant you a single meeting with the High Warden. That's the most my power can do at this time.
This is a belt buckle line.
We're playing pretend.
Oh, it's a okay. Oh, it's a sealed scroll now.
May I see that really quickly? I give it a read. Pretend. Good.
Pretend. I'm pretend handing it off.
Ooh, good object work.
Good job. Yeah, nice.
Now get in the
I
canoe.
really see it.
Right. They're all elves. I can't.
Go away.
Oh, there's a Charizard.
So this grants an audience for all of us, then.
Yes.
You're going to have to amend that one name, though, just to be fair. It's Lady Vexalia.
Lady?
Lady Vexalia, Baroness of the Third House of Whitestone and Grand Mistress of the Grey Hunt. So good, sir. Despite your relationship with her, do watch your manners.
Tea spit take.
So obviously the audience is reacting insane to this. And it is like, sassy Percy, we love it. I need to replace my sassy Liam emote with a sassy Percy. Because sassy Taliesin is much more common. But is this real? Is this... I can't tell if this is just him being sassy or if this has any actual weight behind it, because she seemed to be like, but I don't know. Could he do that? He's an ambassador, right? Officially? Watch and find out. Time will tell. Okay. Weird. I mean, yeah, maybe this is like something that they talked about off table, which would be kind of interesting.
My apologies, Lady Vexalia.
Well, you didn't know.
And you could see, like, there's confused surprise, but a smile does curl across the corner of his mouth.
I will make the amendment immediately.
And he steps back up, takes it from Percival, and makes his way back to the
Thank
study.
you, good sir.
Darth Vader.
He returns, hands you the amended paper. Good luck.
This is a belt buckle, though.
It's a gift from your mother.
You should thank Percy.
So
If you
y'all-
do intend to make your way towards the Shaper, be careful. Be safe. And if anything comes your way that you feel you are incapable of handling, run. We don't need heroes right now. We need survivors.
That's what I'm saying. This is in terms of the drama plot construction, I think that's the big thing for him is that, and I think that's where a lot of his like in the moment conflict with them is coming from, on like what he wants them to do and why they're conflicting, even though they have the same goals, can kind of be summed up right there. Is we don't need heroes, we need survivors. They've already more than proven themselves capable, and he needs them. They're better alive than immortalized as like martyrs. You know, they're not leading a revolution. They're leading I don't even know what you would call that. They're leading like a survivorship. a band of survivors. I don't know. I don't know the comparative word in like apocalypse stories. But Scanlan's not wearing a beret. Exactly. They've already had the revolution. Reprisal. No. Yeah, I don't know. Because the Chroma Conclave is an interesting arc. And I won't talk about it too much, I swear. But it's an interesting arc because sometimes it fluctuates between being an apocalypse story and being a tyrannical government story. And in the tyrannical government framing, they are cast as revolutionaries, in which case martyrs are cool. Well, not cool, but like they work and they're acceptable. Whereas sometimes it is cast as more of an apocalypse story, at which point martyrs mean nothing. It is only about the people that are alive and can like provide value to the survivors. So yeah, interesting. But I think that is very flexible for the arc as a whole, but it can go towards muddying it a little bit in terms of like kind of what makes sense in terms of conflict. The elves are leading a sanctuary story. Yeah, kind of. Syldor is like this sanctuary that has very strict rules and, you know, a very clear mission on how to survive. Yeah, kinda. And, you know, these are the roving band that have been surviving on the road. But now they're coming in and they don't play by the rules because you gotta be flexible on the road. Every walker is different. And Syldor is like, no, we survive through these rules, through these regimens. We have a plan. And they see them and they're like, you're very useful. So that's all very apocalypse story stuff. But yeah, the Chroma Conclave arc has not always been presented as an apocalypse story. Sometimes it's presented as more of a tyranny story. So it's a little bit, it's interesting. It allows the story to be flexible, but also sometimes a bit muddied when it comes to its conflict.
No promises?
He shoots you a very dark look.
Sorry, the house of peanut butter will continue its bloodline. I don't know.
I will send word. Where can I send word to retrieve you when the time is ready for us to attack?
Do we have accommodations in the city? Was that...
Yes, but we'll be in Whitestone.
Oh, yeah.
I will send word to Whitestone, and we plan to return to the Prime Material and preparing our forces for attack upon Lord Hackneymonn.
If not, reach out to Laura Vimon.
I know Laura well, and I can reach to her.
I had a feeling you did.
Are you hitting on their dad?
Anyway.
Does everything look like hitting on people to you, Scanlan?
It's the Scanlan filter. It's Snapchat.
Yes. Take off the beer goggles. Take them off. These are +2 magical beer goggles. Take them off.
He stands up, and at this point, Devana kind of enters beside him, puts her hand on his shoulder. He looks to you with his hands crossed before him and goes, I wish you luck and safe journeys. I appreciate you coming by. It's good to see you both.
Where'd our sister go?
Turns and Devana goes, she's in her room for using bad language.
Who is a really terrible word to say, I think. Good thing she didn't say any of the other words that she heard in here.
Hold on, and she leaves and comes back, this time with trying to pushing Valora from the back, and Valora kind of walks up, pouting with her arms crossed, holding her little owl bear on her arm.
Come here.
She runs up and gives you a big hug. It's like, are you leaving?
Yeah, just for a little bit, though.
You just got here.
I know. Listen, do me a favor. Keep scraping up those knees, will you? You crawl anywhere you want in this city, the higher the better. And listen to your parents some of the time. But not all of the time.
I can already do that.
Oh, and
She gives you a little kiss on the cheek, and then runs, as you say, and runs up and puts her arms around you and kind of almost pushes you back. She's bigger than you remember. And
she is. I pull out one of my owlbear feathers that I picked up with Zara, and I tuck it behind her ear.
Oh, what's this?
It's an owlbear feather.
You know, I was like, ooh, maybe not great advice for a child, but honestly, knowing what we do about fall damage, And with elf society being so inherently magical, they've got plenty of healing spells. As long as she doesn't fall high enough to overkill her, she's fine.
I know.
She steps back down and looks at her little plushie. And
You keep that behind your ear and you wear your necklace. And you never forget that Vex and Vax love you very, very much, dear.
Listen to us. You are not our half-sister. You are our sister.
she runs up and hugs you both, one in each arm. And then steps back down. Thank you.
Come back soon, please.
Of course. Come visit me and my barrenness.
She runs back to her mom's side and looks at her mom and goes, poo. Devana rolls her eyes and goes, oh, thank you so much.
Shit's a good word too.
Covers her ears.
Oh, are you doing that now? Penis wiggle!
You see Devana's looking cornered, just like, shh. Syldor actually starts laughing.
I hope that's good day then.
Good day.
Good day.
Good day.
Good day.
Good day. Syldor bows. You all slowly leave the house. Right before the door closes behind you, hear little boys go, shit. The door closes.
We're those terrible influence side of the family, aren't we?
I run up and I give Percy the biggest hug possible.
It's the gift of smugness.
Wait.
It never goes away.
Is it really? No, was it all just a...
No, it occurs to me that we did kill 2 of the 3 barons of Whitestone the last time that we were there. So... There's no house, and there's no money, and there's...
Scanlan, it's the one Scanlan burned.
It's the one that Scanlan burned.
That's you're the lady of the house that I burned down.
And there's just a crypt, and that's being used for other things. But
you have a title!
But you do have a title, at
Even
the very
so.
least. And once a year, you have to do something ridiculous.
Even so, Percy.
You're welcome.
I thank you so much.
Use it in good health.
I lean over to Scanlan and I say, did you notice that their dad was saying bidet wrong?
Is this where it comes from? Isn't that a crit? I think that's like a critter thing of like good day instead of, but saying bidet instead of good day. Or has this already been a thing? This is a piece of CR lore that I'm aware of. Bidets from this. That's hilarious. That's very funny. That is funnier than it happening. In my head, it was just like a quirk of internet language. This is way funnier. There you go. All right, bidet. All right.
I did.
I thought he was like a highfalutin type.
You should just say it even louder to make sure people know the correct pronunciation.
I know. We could be a force for good in and outside of the city. Bidet!
Bidet!
The guards that are waiting for you outside of the house just sigh very loudly.
All right.
All right. So you have your
paper
parchment. Within the next half hour or so, it's not difficult for you guys to go ahead and find sleeping arrangements for the evening within Syngorn. You're met for the most part with standoffishness and curiosity with your approach, but upon showing the paper, there is a sudden realization and a formality that is brought to the conversation. And you can't help but enjoy the two of you. You haven't walked through Syngorn and been forcing people to show you the respect you've always wanted, and there is something slightly cathartic about that. But you managed to find accommodations for the evening's rest. The guards proceed up into the secondary floor where your room is kept. Well, not into the room, but to notify you that they will be staying outside of the doorway to ensure that both you are protected and that you don't do anything crazy in the night.
What?
That's stupid.
It's all right. We'll figure
We're
it out.
respectable.
It's adorable that they think they could stop us if we tried.
I know. Are we all in rooms next to each other? Or are we in one room? Or?
It's a series of rooms within what it looks like it was a one-time military barracks that has since been renovated to be it's not really an inn or a tavern. There aren't a lot of travelers that come through Syngorn that don't actually live there or have a home. So it's more being used for storage, but they've cleared out an area and they've put up beds. And it looks Singorn storage room is pretty nice by the standards of like Kymel or Westerun, so it's not too bad.
Sure.
There's some Art Nouveau happening.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I really ask.
Have they already locked us in our rooms?
No, you've just gotten to your rooms now. So
We're a very religious group, and we like to have like a family prayer.
Yeah, I think.
Speaking of, wait.
Yes.
Don't worry.
Where the fuck is Pike?
Oh, shit.
Did you not notice?
She was right behind us.
You all realize in the chaos of the tension of meeting your father.
She must have gotten lost.
Yeah. No.
No, she's here.
You catch a sudden flicker of divine energy in the space of the hallway near you. The guards kind of step back, looking a bit freaked out and grabbing their weaponry, and you see like a burst of Pike's face coming through her divine form, and she just says, "I'm sorry." Disappears. Comes back. The walls can't maintain. And her form vanishes once again.
Fucking Verizon.
Great, now we'll never have them as a sponsor, okay?
Go T-Mobile.
Go ahead. No.
No. It's all right. She can come back
Like
later.
a little family powwow in maybe one of the rooms before we all tuck in for the night, and you put the masking tape over each of our doors so we don't sneak into each other's rooms. You know, high school field trip. You know, yeah.
Well,
Never mind. Don't worry about
Any
it.
of those words.
Never mind.
Do as you wish. We'll be here if you need us.
Right.
Okay.
Do you need anything? Drinks?
We need to talk to the little fucker.
Then, oh, what?
Wait,
Oh, yeah,
wait,
yeah. Oh. Well, let's all head inside for
Yes.
prayer.
Actually,
We'll need food and drink.
God, is there one of you? Could you go get us some food?
Oh,
We're
sure,
very
I'll do it.
hungry.
And wine. Maybe some wine.
It's very good.
I can't think of a. I cannot think of a cell phone carrier that I'm like, hell yeah. I currently have AT&T, and maybe it is clouded by my hatred of my phone, but I don't like AT&T. I was on Sprint, and I know a lot of people who work for Sprint because Sprint's headquarters is in Kansas City. They have a whole campus called the Sprint campus. Ironically, and for a very real reason, the area around the Sprint campus has the worst Sprint reception in all of Kansas, and debatably all of America. Because they fucked up their permitting when they went to build it. So Sprint sucks. I have no hard feelings on Verizon or T-Mobile. And I think one of them is related to Ryan Reynolds. And those are my opinions. I used to work in telephony. Telephony sounds weird. Telephony. We'll go with telephony. I used to work in telephony. They all suck. That's fair. T-Mobile seems to be currently the least bad from what I can tell, but more by happenstance. Yeah. That's a lot of that sort of shit. Yeah. Yeah. Ryan Reynolds owns one of the tiny brands. Yeah. Verizon, AT&T don't cause me any issues. I also think I am also biased by my dislike of AT&T's internet service. So I'm not a fan, but I'm also not a fan of any of them. So whatever. Telephony. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Thashel has it right. Telephony. All right.
The Baroness, I'm very used to getting food when I want it.
One of the guards steps forward and says, "Let me see that parchment once more, please."
That's not it.
That's a belt buckle.
My belt buckle.
No parchment when you see
Pulls
it.
back up, hands it back. I will retrieve your necessary meal, drink, and other requests you may have.
Chicken, I want anything but chicken.
Noted. And he turns around and leaves the three other guards standing outside of your rooms to do about as you please.
All right, so we picked the
Go
biggest
into the
room and we all
biggest
go into
room.
it.
Yeah.
Pick the suite.
It's a two-bedroom on opposite sides, and there is a window that has a beautiful view of the central lake that sits in the center of Syndor. The entire city is built around before it meets the base of the mountain range that it's buttressed against.
Titicaca.
That sounds elvish, but it's nothing.
Oh no, I just like saying that.
The door closes behind you guys.
Gormiti.
There's a little flash, kind of a sparkle of arcane light as the satyr form goes,
That was a little harrowing. You didn't tell me you were going to bring me into the belly of the beast so soon. We didn't even talk about. That was really good tea, by the way. That was quite delicious.
How did you
Were you drinking our tea?
I'm very quiet.
I was wondering where my tea went.
Now, hold on. Did you steal anything while you were in there?
No!
Garmelie.
No!
Garmelie.
check.
I don't even can I assist him?
We don't even
Natural
need to
one.
insight check.
he is about as hard to read as anyone you've come across in the
Can
Feywild.
I try? Can I try?
Sure.
I feel like we don't need an insight check to know he was lying.
Oh, I got a 17. I'm way more better than Scanlan.
Always.
Natural insight. 28.
28.
Jeez.
Through his teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I do a little entangling right underneath of him and start checking his pockets, TSA style. Start sort of giving him the frisk.
These vines wrap up around his legs. He's like, go! I would just go!
Into the pockets. Into
Let
the
it happen.
pockets.
He has
Just
pockets?
let it happen.
Where's his pocket?
In his vest.
Oh, in his vest.
In his vest pockets.
Yeah.
His vest pockets.
Better not be an owlbear in there. I'm going to be very upset.
No, you reach into one pocket, it's empty. You reach into the other, and your arm goes quite far into the pocket, farther than it should.
You little devil.
What?
Literally.
This is extremely degrading. We had a deal.
It's empty.
Is this a pocket of holding? I think about fancy silverware that I might have seen in Syldor's house.
Nothing. It's just an empty space.
Come on, keep going, keep going.
I think of fancy teacups because he mentioned drinking tea.
Nothing.
God damn it.
I
God damn it.
I cast friends.
Think of gold. Think of gold, Keelan.
I cast friends.
Gold? Oh, I
Cast
think of
friends.
gold. Sorry, I'm not materialistic.
Hold on.
We're going to have a working
Why'd you say
relationship.
that like it was a bad thing?
So, I mean, I'm not. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
He kind of smacks the side of your arm. It's like, get your hand out of my pocket!
Ow.
This.
Keely,
Look.
check the fur.
Wait,
No, don't check the fur.
I tried to check the fur.
Me?
Let's give him a chance to fess up.
This is not why we're here to talk. We are here to discuss the elements of our agreement. 2 things I require your aid in taking, and then I show you to the outskirts of the Shademark.
Oh,
I
sure.
feel like now we already know where the outskirts of the Shademark are. What
But
a
you know the
stupid deal we made.
dangers that are on your way?
Yeah, you told us about all 3 dangers that we had to face.
That's true. That's true. I have them written down. The hut of Lordana,
Yeah.
the last camp of Soradin the Happy, and the theater.
And you think those are all the dangers? There are so many! It's a dangerous place! Stop touching me!
All right, hands up.
And this, in the same way that I was talking about how earlier it's like, whose line is it anyway or whatever, but I've insisted that I do like comedy in D&D. This is my type of funny D&D, where it's all in character. Like, it's it's all in character. It's just very funny. This is much more my style of D&D. So I do often insert specifically silly characters. Even if they are plot like relevant and plot specific, sometimes it's even better than that the characters, the player characters can kind of blow off some steam with and kind of fuck around with. Their introduction to Garmelie was a little questionable, if you ask me, morally, ethically. But I do like their interactions with him now. He's fun. Reminds me of Roxel's card being like, this isn't really mine ultimate puzzle. I do not. I don't even have a ballpark of where you are. I missed my most favorite thing, the titling silly work calls. How dare. How dare the silly work call.
Off him, hands off
Just
him. I
tell us
want
what the
him
2
here.
things are that we
Yeah.
need to steal.
Yes.
All right. I require a piece of a threshold crest.
What the fuck is that?
Of a threshold crest?
Giant
Or
stones on the
threshold
outside of the
crest?
city.
Threshold crest.
Threshold
Which you
crest.
recall are the blue stones
Wait.
that are in the walls around the city.
That's the stupidest thing.
Oh, no.
Why is that stupid? Because then they can't go back.
Don't have to get it from the wall. I'm sure they built it from something and there might be a reserve somewhere.
Right, in the other dimension that they came from, you realize Syngorn didn't originate here in the Feywild.
Yeah, but the whole
I understand that, but just...
Oh, Lord have... Oh, sweet Saren Ray.
Well, those
Wait. Okay, a threshold crust.
A piece of the threshold...
A piece of a threshold crest.
Okay, that...
Just put a sliver.
The same,
A sliver?
Yeah, like a little chip.
the same material, or
No,
the
no,
ones
no,
we
no,
saw?
The same
a piece of a
material
threshold
enchanted
crest.
that is functionally able to be utilized in the same fashion.
No problem. What else?
Great. I also want the High Warden Tyrelda's hat.
Her hat?
Do we know what her hat looks like?
You do, actually.
What does it look like?
It's a pointed small tricorn made of green velvet that she wears when she goes on, like, excursions outside of the city.
Oh my god, she's got like a pirate tricorder hat?
It's like it's small and very long. And
That's awesome!
imagine a pirate hat with a little more of an elven sleekness.
Wait,
to
like
it.
a Robin Hood hat?
It's kind
Like
of
Peter Pan!
Oh my god, like Peter Pan!
Sure, yeah.
You know, I wasn't looking forward to this moment, but that actually sounds like fun.
I know.
So, High Warden's
That's
hat.
it. That's all you need.
That's all.
And
And I'll fulfill my side of the deal.
I have a vague idea of why you...
Once again, this reminded me of the Bravo. God, no, you do not. It's giving Guardians of the Galaxy 1 vibes. Yeah, and this is, again, this isn't even like a review or analysis. This is more like telling you guys. Compared to the... I think what I've really realized throughout the course of, honestly, streaming this is that I like it when we're sitting at the table, we are in character and we are in the world and we're investing in it. However, that does not mean I don't like to fuck around in D&D. I love it. So depending on the players, depending on the overall tone that we're going for, I will make in-game stuff funnier and sillier. And stealing her hat, which assumingly, I mean, I guess I don't know this, but I'm assuming it's not a magical item. I'm assuming it's just a cool hat. Which is a hilarious quest objective, and I love it. And it's very fun, and it's very silly, and like, the stakes aren't crazy high. That's absolutely... Like, when I like to see, like, comedy and levity in my games, I tend towards those sorts of things. I tend towards characters like Garmelie. I tend towards these sorts of quest objectives. Not being all of them, but having a higher proportion compared to more serious quest objectives. Yeah. Mega's gonna be so shook when he finds out the hat is one of the vestiges to rule all vestiges. Yeah. It's the one hat. Yeah. The hat of even more hats. I'd also be down for it to be like a common magic item. It's a hat that it's cursed. It forces you to talk like a pirate while you wear it. Or a revolutionary soldier. They have to quest to... I still don't know. I don't know that reference. But yeah. So when I think of like a beer and chips game, I don't think about, you know, like Scanlan type characters, like early Scanlan, I should say. I don't think about like all of these like out of game jokes. I think about focusing on ridiculous and silly stories like an Acquisitions Incorporated type vibe, where we can still all invest in the fiction together. It's just that the fictional story that we're telling is inherently absurd. And so you can interact with it in character absurdly. That's much more my type of vibe. But I do think that that's like a tonal like preference. I don't think that's like necessary. It gets slightly taller every time you look at the hat, but it's so small you start Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. It's a mountain in Scotland. It's just referenced in a Glory Hammer song. Oh, I see. Okay. I feel you. Anyways.
You might want a piece of the threshold crest, but why would you want the High Warden's hat?
Yeah, what are you, sweet on it?
Because I have my reasons.
So, are you going to give us what you stole now? We have an arrangement.
We do have an arrangement.
It's only fair. Come on.
Reaches into his pocket and pulls out what looks to be a very, very finely sculpted bronze statue
That was gonna be my next guess.
Syldor that was gifted for his essentially his work with Iman and establishing better trade routes between the city and this. It's basically a
How I said Scotland? How did I say it? Scotland? Scotland? I don't know how the O should be pronounced. I'm assuming I've got the land part pretty down. Scotland? Whoa. I have no frame of reference for how Scotland should actually be pronounced.
good job, salesman of the year
Right,
of
sure.
Syldor's.
They stole his Emmy.
Kind of, yeah.
Immediately.
No, it's like they stole his gold watch.
I yoinked it out of his
Like
hand.
Yeah.
I'll take that. I got it right here. It's a belt buckle.
It's a belt buckle.
Right on my belt.
It's so weird. You like pickpocketed a thing that wasn't even like expensive.
Why did you take that?
He can't help it. He's klepto.
No, it was there and nobody was looking.
Because it ultimately doesn't matter. You know how awards work. Come on.
Regardless, we have business to tend to. Come, we have a hat to catch.
Oh, you want to come along?
Oh, hang on. Before we all leave, Vex and Vax, what did your dad do back in the day? Because he knows Allura and he talked about knowing Thordak.
He's an ambassador to the city.
Does he have any type of fighting capabilities?
If he does, we never saw it.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah, he'll bore you to death.
Yeah. He can talk a lot.
Because it sounds like he was a part of the mission to lock in Thordak 11 or so years ago.
What? No. No way.
He mentioned that he's been down this road before. And
He knows Allura because he was one of... He knew the council members. He's the one that set us off to find...
He's a traveling salesman that sells politics.
Fucking mega. Marisha is mega in here. That's a fucking theory. Ooh, shit. Oh, shit, Marisha / Keyleth. Marisha / Keyleth theory. And she's talking to the Sun Tree about the potential Cancer Tree. Me and Marisha are on the same wave. Syldor was part of the group that locked up Thordak. Thordak. Which was Allura's adventuring group. Not necessarily the Arcana Panasophical. Separate orgs. Okay, I could see that. It's very resonant. It pulls one of the group's background characters. Oh my god, wait, imagine. Holy shit, wait, let's extend it. Let's extend. The adventuring group had 7 members, each of which is related to Vox in some way. Right? Allura and formerly Tibbs. Wait. Not necessarily blood. Could be nega versions. So it's like Allura is Tibbs, Syldor is Vax or Vex. Actually, who's the guy that taught Vex the sneaky shit? Who's the guy that taught Vex the sneaky shit? I remember. I'll know his name when I see it. And I know that I have one for him. Okay, maybe I won't know his... Seek or assume. Yeah. Assume. So, we'll say that Syldor for Vex. Seeker Asum for Vax. What's Thunderbrand? Thunderbrand? Actually, Allura is for Tibbs and or Keyleth. Keyleth. Thunderbrand, Tibbs and or Keyleth. Okay, who else do we got? Wait. Maybe Grog's dad? Grog's dad? For Grog, imagine. Imagine Grog's dad for Scanlan. Maybe Dr. D for... I'm just picking out important characters. Obviously, none of these people besides Drake Thunderbrand have been explicitly connected to Allura's old adventuring party, but she's also been vague about the makeup of that party. Dr. D for Scanman. Yeah, Kima for Pike. Exactly. Yup. You're on my wave. Who are we missing? Keyleth's mom. Oh, so let's cut out Allura. Let's make Thunderbrand for Tibbs. And then I think Keyleth's mom. Keyleth's mom. Where in either Allura didn't know that like, you know, former adventuring party member was Keyleth's mom, or she hasn't wanted to tell her, or whatever. Keyleth. Is that everyone? Do I have everyone? No, Percy. Oh, who would it be for Percy? Oh, duh, Delilah. Delilah for Percy. Delilah Briarwood. Yes. Right? Am I forgetting anyone? I don't think so. Yeah. I mean, this is kind of a kidded party, you got to admit. You gotta admit, this is kind of a kidded and fitted party. And then Allura is no one. Allura is Matt. Allura is the leader. She's Matt. She's the cosmic force of the universe. You know? I don't believe this theory as far as I can throw it, but it's fun. Assume. Megaphone Marisha feels like it works better than Marisha Phone Man. I ain't gonna lie, I kind of like saying Marisha Phone Man though. Kima and Drake were also in the party. That's true. Kima's confirmed. That's true. Assume wasn't a member of the party. He was a member of the council. Could have been both. Also, I mean, Dr. D also probably wasn't. You know? But I think there's a decent chance, because we don't know who was in the party. You guys probably do. But I don't know who was in the party yet. So I feel like the reveal of some of these party members are going to end up being like legitimate reveals. Because I feel like we're kind of spinning around the incident of them locking away Thordak. I don't think that Allura is evil, and I don't think she's ever had malicious intent. But she's been a bit vague for my taste whenever she talks about her old interactions with Thordak. Could just be that she's embarrassed. Like, okay, we couldn't defeat him, we had to lock him away, and our locking away failed. Very possible. But I think it could easily be more. And I think that a reveal of who was in Allura's party could very much be... I think that we could very much see some reveals on who was actually in that party. Allura was not a part of Allura's party. Yeah. This was Delilah's party. Yeah. Nobody. So Delilah and Allura were allies? I think so. Separate from this theory. Or Delilah was maybe not in the adventuring party. She was in the Arcana Panasophical. But I think that Allura and Delilah had a connection. Either they were in the same party or they were in the same, the big magic faction. Maybe Allura wasn't even aware. Maybe Arcana Panasophical's big org. And maybe that'll be a reveal to her as well that they were in the same morgue. I don't think she's the leader of the Arcanum Panasophical, as far as I understand it. She was the leader, or at least a prominent member of the adventuring party, and then she's just like a normal, if maybe high-ranking member of the Arcanum Panasophical. But she's not like their distinct leader, as far as I understood it. So yeah. I don't believe this theory, but Matt has said that Allura is his self-insert. That's what I'm saying. Kiwa's the true sleeping villain. She sleeps in the crypts. This would be fucking wild. I probably would have never gotten here if Marisha hadn't started off with it, but I could see something here. There's maybe, especially with, like, it'll depend on how much more Vax revisits the Raven Queen well. Because with the whole like Raven Queen being the goddess of fate and Vax being fate touched, there's really like, there's a lot that Matt can do. Like once you introduce fate as a legitimate part of like the meta fabric of the universe, the moment you introduce that, you can start doing a lot more with like your direct hand. You can make a lot more things that are incredibly contrived and like blame it on fate. And as long as you don't do it too much and you only say, you really sparingly use it, it can absolutely work. So the fact that like the goddess of fate and Vax's fate touched, the fact that that's introduced makes me feel like we could see something along these lines in our futures. Remember that Delilah's not from Tal'Dorei? Yeah, she's from Wildmount. The Briarwoods are Wildmount nobility, which I still can't believe they haven't gone to Wildmount yet. I thought they were going to go to Wildmount in like the 30s. Back when I heard that shit. But no, yeah, they're from Wildmount. But the Arcana Panasophical is like an Illuminati type organization. They've got members all over the place, yeah? Yeah, multinational association. It's not just Iman based. At least to my current knowledge. So I think there's and we don't know any other foreign wizards that are in it. The only members we're aware of, I think, are Allura, maybe Drake, although I don't think that's explicitly confirmed. Maybe Gilmore, again, not explicitly confirmed, I don't think. I don't think we've actually gotten a single member of the Arcana Panasophical directly confirmed before. I could be wrong about that, though. If you can find an episode where they do confirm someone, let me know. But I think up until now, she's the only, like, we know that there are other members, but she's the only one that we have, like, a name for. So anyone could be in it. Fucking anyone in the canon could be in the Arcana Panasophical. Oh, my God. Allura may have no ill will, but Kima on the other end. Okay, you're joking, but that is absolutely how I think. I think that Allura, while she has no ill will and no maliciousness, I think she could have been a patsy. That is absolutely what I think. I think she could have been manipulated. She could have been a patsy. And she might not even realize that she's been made a fool yet. I think that's incredibly possible. Megas Marisha. I blinked, you're deep into a theory. Yeah, it's been a little bit since I've had, this is a bit of a swing. But hey, maybe there's a kernel here. As Jim talked about a theory he saw about the Briarwood arc, mirrors to VM has morphed into Mega's brain. Honestly, it's morphed in a little bit. Yeah. Pretty sure we haven't gotten any other names as of yet. Okay, that's what I thought. I'm keeping my eye on the Arcana Panasophical. Any multinational magical organization, come on. It's so easy to make them secretly evil that I gotta keep it in mind as a possibility. Paige sent me. Okay, yeah. That's fine. Yeah. Honestly, that works. I've been blowing out my talking budget. We have some real life stuff that I might need to take care of. So this might end up being a half ep. And by might end up being, I mean, will be. I don't know why I said it all vague like that. So this will be a half ep because we got some IRL stuff. But that's fine because the talking budget got crazy blown out. I will finish before next week. Because next week I'm not going to do a live on Wednesday. I'm not going to do any Critical Role next week. So because of that, I will finish this episode either like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, one of those three. But yeah, I'll have to end at the half ep. Okay. Insert how does he do it? How does he do it? Okay. And I need to actually I probably don't need to hurry too much. I basically have like a medium soft out at like 5. And it wouldn't make any sense to try and go past that break. So I just kind of got a need to get there. Since I have up, I'm going to go and do real life stuff too. Sounds good. Yeah, sometimes real life stuff happens. Cool. All right. Yep. We will get into it. See you, John.
Politics is not
him. That guy.
anything all that fancy.
Well, if he sells politics, there could be a lot in selling war against a dragon. I'm not trying to be a dick, but your father was kind of a dick, so I'm just questioning it.
No, he's an asshole.
Okay.
That's totally fine.
I'm not trying to talk shit about your family.
No, feel free.
Okay.
Y'all should totally fight right now. Just fight in the room while we're all here and take off your clothes.
I'm just saying.
Only way to solve it.
Totally.
Yeah.
No, that's a very dark and disturbing thought. I'm very impressed.
The naked
Thank
part?
you. I've been learning from you.
Thank you. Now I feel guilty.
I don't mean to question him. He just said a few things that raised a few hairs on the back of my spine.
Well, maybe we can ask him about it.
You have hair on your spine.
About this time, I use Alter Self to go like a little half minxy and kind of get those like, you know, like when a dog is pissed off and it like ruffles the hair
She
towards
turns around
dog.
and shows you this like emerging patch of fur that is like beginning to push out the back of her shoulders.
That's real sexy.
Pretty sweet.
Like that?
I'm hot.
I'm not complaining.
It is a very fair point, although I would say I think it would be best to talk to Allura about your father rather than talk to him again. I think he's possibly had enough of us.
Oh, I'm not
for a
suggesting
while.
talking to him again.
So we have the meeting, we go get the tricorn hat from her like boudoir.
Yes, please.
And then we go get the crest on the way out, right?
Maybe we can.
Sure.
Maybe we can even find a clue about where this crest thing is from the meeting. Before.
Grant, it's a great idea. You guys, it's a great idea.
Should we sleep before the meeting?
I think the meeting is actually tomorrow. Let's.
Yes.
Oh, it's not. It just says we get one meeting. I don't think it's been scheduled yet.
It has
Right.
not been.
It's scheduled
Should we
for
go
dusk time.
schedule it?
Let's schedule the meeting.
Or maybe we could send one of the shitty guards to go schedule it for us.
Is he back from getting us food? Maybe. Oh no! I hope he's not because I want to send the second one off on another errand.
Ooh, because you're a lady.
Because I'm a baroness.
I don't think they're going to leave us unguarded.
I have made such a terrible mistake.
You go and check the hallway, and the guard hasn't returned, and 3 suddenly spin around as the door opens.
Hello.
Fuck me.
We require a meeting with the High Warden.
I do a little gust cantrip from behind the door to make her hair blow in the wind.
I need to take this with me
No.
to make the meeting schedulable.
Schedule.
Yes, of course.
Schedulable.
Schedulable.
But
When would we like the meeting? Tonight or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
You guys did wake up about like 4 hours ago. Yeah.
Today.
We'll take the meeting at dusk.
Today.
After siesta. Right after siesta.
It's like northern Alaska here.
It is.
so fun.
Very well, I'll return. He turns around and leaves. The 2 guards kind of look at each other like, thank God it wasn't us. They both stand at the ready as you close.
Let that be a lesson to the two of you about making fun of a foreigner's accent. I'm watching you.
The door slowly closes.
Schedulable.
The fawn, of which is currently Garmelia, is up on one of the beds right now, just kind of stretched out.
So, what are you waiting for?
That's your bed, Keyleth.
Oh man.
And brings up one leg.
Trinket jumps up on the bed and snuggles in with him.
No!
Oh, they're shedding.
The bed kind of... The bottom cracks and the bed actually falls flat on the ground. The spring's destroyed.
It's all right. It's like a food now. It's like color.
Have we seen any of these threshold crests on our way in?
Yeah,
Yeah,
walk
yeah.
past some.
They're those little blue stones that are keeping the city
But
here.
don't say it like it's obvious. I don't pay attention to shit.
But we just need a sliver of one.
Right, so like I could take Vax's head and smash it against one and then pick up the pieces. No, that's a bad thing from your frown.
Although Grog doesn't have the worst idea. And I don't mean smashing Vax's head. That's all what I mean. That's all what I mean. But don't we have some, you know, like hidden gems? Because I'm really terrified if we start hacking away at these stones, what might happen.
They might not be able to return.
So maybe we can do something kind of fakey.
He's in the room.
He's asleep, right?
No, he's currently...
Oh my God. I can imagine Ebster. Kansas is not that far north. Obviously, like America is a bit off the equator, so we have timing fluctuations, but it's not that far north. But I've been further north during like the winter times, and the really extreme timing fluctuations would be crazy. Because I can conceptualize it, because in America, definitely like summers are, like days are way longer than winters. So like, I can definitely imagine it, but I know how much more extreme it gets the further and further you go. And I can't imagine. Like you hear stories about like they said like northern Alaska or like Svalbard. Sounds fucking crazy. I can imagine it would be very disorienting when it comes to like judging time accurately.
partially crushed by Trinket in the bed and goes like, I can hear you!
I mean, we have jewels and shit, like just stuff hanging around, but what does
How
that
do
do?
we know if we can chip a piece off without ruining them?
I wouldn't risk
I
it.
think we should talk to some people and ask
Yeah.
a couple of questions.
Maybe
around town
somebody
first.
that, and maybe the High Warden knows. Maybe we can sneak it out to
Just
them.
drop it in passing.
Ooh, like a souvenir. Can we have a piece of your threshold crest? Why,
Exactly like
exactly.
that, Grog, exactly like that.
Shit, I've got all the good ideas today. I'm the leader. So what do we do until the gold comes back? Oh.
The door opens, Grog returns the food and hands it out
Does
to
anybody
us.
have money for a tip? Because I think you're supposed to tip them.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to tip your guards. Slams the door shut.
That's an Amon tradition. We're
tip everybody.
overseas, remember?
Oh, right,
Yes, yes.
I like it here.
All right, you finish your meal.
It's delicious.
Prepare yourselves for an excursion into the city of Singorn to seemingly steal a piece of the threshold crest and the High Warden Terelda's travel hat.
I turn into Minxie and resign to the idea that I'm going to be sleeping with Garmelia and Trinket and just cuddle up next to them in Minxie mode.
Are you coming with us though, Keyleth?
We're not-
Oh, we're not sleeping?
No, it's like 1 in the afternoon, so we'll probably just go.
But you know, blow a couple more spells.
Take a nap, it's fine.
So that's one use of your beast form.
I'll
Just come on, Ben.
I'll come on.
Just save it. You can stay like that. Just
Yeah,
walk
I'll-
close to
Want
me.
to take a quick nap?
Am I going to freak people out if I walk
No.
around?
I hope so.
Fuck 'em, that's what I say.
All right, you guys make your way outside into the city streets of Singorn to hopefully wait for you the guard, who returns about 10 minutes later to tell you it has been scheduled.
Very good.
As soon as you wish, attend to the central palace, and there you will be greeted.
Lovely.
Yep.
Are you leaving now?
Yes.
Yes. But we waste no time.
Makes a big whistle, and the other guards come down and collect with him, and you now have the 4 guards watching you guys.
4?
Yeah,
there's
we're at
4.
4 again.
Head to the head. I drop Minxie form
No,
because that seems very aggressive.
As we walk, I say to Vax, "Oi, Vax, what is the reason for this meeting? When we get in there, what are we saying to her?"
Can we have your hat?
I don't think we should lead with that.
No, probably.
Maybe work our way around to it. Well, I would like advice other than this little hairy man for how to get to the bog.
And also what we might face.
Yes.
and how we can fight what we might face.
She might know about Fenris and the bow.
Exactly.
Wait, Scaly, can't you go invisible too?
Sure, yes.
What if, like, you two little buggers just went off and, like, found it on your own while we were distracting Captain Fancy Hat?
I'm pretty sure the guards
Find
would notice.
Fenris on our own? What?
Yeah, you know, you go invisible along with Fawny Tim over here, and you just go find the fucking hat.
Oh, the hat. The hat.
What if she's wearing the hat? What if the hat is on her head?
Probably
because
will be.
We kill everyone.
To be fair, but here's the plan.
And
Does it
thus
seem like
ended the story of Vox Machina, murdered terribly in the streets of Singorn by their own people.
600 elves.
Clutching a hat.
Tarantino film.
As you guys make your way towards the palace, formulating your plan, we're going to go ahead and take a quick bathroom break here. Yes, about 10, 15 minutes or so. We'll be back here in just a little bit, so you...
There we go. Okay, that feels good anyways. Yeah, it's like a 5-hour stream. Holy shit, I talked way too much. I've got an idea on how to curb it a little bit. I mean, you know, sometimes I'm just in a mood. Hey, so me. Sometimes that's just how it is. But I've definitely thought about the budget throughout this stream and last stream. It definitely it's I'm refining it down. It helps. It definitely helps me. Like I could feel like the pressure of it getting too high. But I have some modifications that I have in mind. I didn't even reach double. I know. That's what I'm saying, Ebster. But with that, I'm going to head out, and we will be back. I don't know what day. Probably not tomorrow, because I filmed yesterday and then we streamed today. So probably not tomorrow. But sometime in the Friday Sunday range, because I think it's next Tuesday or next Wednesday.
Take
maybe.
a break.
Oh, hey, and it's the take a break anyways. So yeah, sometime this weekend, I'll figure it out and I will post it, and we will finish the episode. Sick. Peace. I will see you all later. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. And I will be back real soon. Goodbye.